Thank you.
Welcome everyone, my name is Tolga. I'm a live caster at Twitch. It's going to be absolutely amazing and I cannot wait to see this goddamn place.
The arena is insane. The colours,
the colours are...
the huge LED screen. Every esports stream, honestly, the PCs here are amazing.
Let's get pumped.
Yeah. Time for bed.
Nah, none of that.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to Firefights, coming to you live from the Alienware Arena here at Fortress Melbourne, the home for all gamers. My name is Milboss. Joining me on the desk is Matsy, and Matsy, it's been one hell of a week. We had a crazy event last week. How are you feeling about tonight?
Oh, I am feeling fantastic, James. I'm excited to get back into the action tonight. Last week was an absolute banger, and we are going to see some more of that action tonight.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how this one goes down. Of course, to remind you guys, Firefights is our weekly online competition at the moment. Once we are able to reopen, we'll get everyone in venue playing in this awesome Alienware Arena. But for now, it's all online. At the moment, we're playing Counter-Strike Global Offensive 2 vs 2 Wingman game mode. And it is a lot of fun. It's produced some pretty crazy moments. I think that's fair to say. Why don't you run us through what the Wingman mode is?
Yeah, so as James was saying, Wingman is a 2 vs 2 game mode, so the maps are actually hard, but that doesn't mean that they're any less enjoyable, because there's a lot of potential behind the Wingman maps. And in the way that it actually functions, the terrorist side does have to actually go for the bomb plant on the bomb side on the map in order to gain the victory, or they can also gain the victory by eliminating both players on the opposing side. And in the counter-terrorist side of things, they can either win by eliminating the opposing forces on the terrorist side, or by defusing the bomb if the terrorists do secure the plant there. So there's a lot of potential.
Yeah, a lot of potential for different ways that it can all go down. It's going to be a first to 6 rounds, best of 11 rounds per map in a best of 3 series. And we have a double elimination bracket as well. So what does that really entail?
So the double elimination bracket will entail that you get 2 lives. So everyone's going to start off with 2 lives. And even if you do lose out one of your matches, you still get that second chance in the lower bracket. So there's a lot of potential for teams to push their way through. Even if they fall short initially, they can still claw their way back to the victory.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw that last week. One of the teams that made it to the grand finals was able to go through a pretty long lower bracket run to get back up into the lower bracket final. But nevertheless, of course, we do have an awesome $500 prize pool in Fortress vouchers available to some of our top teams. The top 8 are all given a little bit of a gift, and that will be broken down at the end of the proceedings. We will show you how that all works out. But we also have $750 worth of Alienware peripherals to give away to some of these players. We have 3 major prizes that we give out every week, which gets announced during the weekly recap video, which gets put out every Wednesday around about on our YouTube channel, Fortress Melbourne, if you want to go check that out. So those are the MVP, which is awarded for the best player of the week, the Shark, which is awarded for the sneakiest player of the week, and then the Jester, which is the funniest play of the week. So I'm excited to see what or who won those awards last week, and also excited to see what we might get out of this week's play. Now, onto that, we've got the maps that we saw last week. What are they, and what are we expecting tonight?
So we are going to see cobblestone, drain, and overpass. We've got some high expectations from what we saw last week. There was a lot of potential on cobblestone in particular. I really liked how the players played around the tree position, James.
Yeah, cobblestone really showed us a lot of cool things about the map in its redesign since it's been taken out of the competitive bracket or the competitive play in the game. So it's really cool to see how some of these players are adapting to that. That being said, let's take a quick look at what happened last week.
It's a pleasure to be here back with you once again tonight.
We've got a much bigger roster this time around. We've got 15 teams signed up this week, and I'm excited to see how this one goes down.
At the moment, a death match. Looks like Jaeger and Urban do spot the T's pushing straight through drop though. The damage coming through left, right, and center. And Limbo's opened things up. Quite the punishment for it though. Urban takes out Dolphin, runs out of the clip, is able to reload, finds the last shot, and that is going to be another round for the Simps. The gap in the broken wall going to prove to pay dividends for them, as they have quite a significant amount of damage, even taking down Cyclone now. Here's Insanity just holding from short, ready to see if anyone's going to pounce through, picking up the first, looking for the second, they get it done. A nice double piece for Hamburger. Definitely opting for a pretty unique setup here, as they have opted for the boost actually outside drop. Maybe just waiting for the T's to pounce their way through. Johnny Drama ready for one, trying to find the second. The damage coming through. Oh no, they go for the knife! Oh my gosh, the first one tonight.
These two teams being teammates in Valorant, you've got to assume they're all on a very similar level, and that level's not going to be challenged here by either team, I'd say. Oh, finds the first kill though. Insanity out of action, and Cyclone will go down as well. Chad puts the AWP away and just picks up the kills with the P250.
As they do pick up the MP9, even opting for the kit just in case Herp C does manage to get the bomb down there. Oh, a nice nade, but they actually put past it. Doesn't even matter. Limbo is just on the shred. Yeah, it is the golden round. Look how close they are. They've opted to use the Borgar strategy against them, placing one player in the tree position there, even opting to push one up to the staircase. Johnny Drama's picked up Emmy there. Vivian gets the spray down onto Baron, and it's all done! Johnny Drama goes down. Borgar secure the grand final.
There we go, the grand final done and dusted.
Well, there we have it, Matt. And last week was full of surprises and awesome plays, and I hope this week is going to be no different. Of course, if you do want to register for the preceding few weeks, head over to tiny.cc/firefights. You'll be able to sign up with a mate and have a bit of fun and potentially win a little bit of cash. But here we go. Let's get tonight's proceedings underway. I'm excited to see how we go. Let's have a look at the first teams that we're going to be seeing. It's going to be Hamburger going up against Simps.
We definitely saw some great plays coming out from both of these teams last week, so I'm really excited to see what they're capable of. And you know what, James? I really like the Hamburgers logo. Definitely has a unique flair to it, wouldn't you say?
They've put a little bit of effort into it. I like it. I like it. They've sort of pulled something out of the bag for this week, so I'm not complaining there. And the Simps also have a bit of a logo of their own, so we'll see if that really helps them simp a little bit harder than they were able to last week. Of course, last week, I'm pretty sure they got knocked out by Hamburgers, if I'm not mistaken, or somewhere along that lines in that lower bracket. So it will be interesting to see if they come a little bit stronger into this one, or if Hamburgers are able to make their way through in this upper bracket.
Yeah, it definitely could be the revenge story. We'll see if the Duel of Fates does prove true. Maybe we'll see the Clash of the Sabers there, Battle of the Jedi.
I wonder who's got the double-edged lightsaber in that scenario. But anyway, that does bring us to our first map, and I'm excited to get this one underway. Should be an absolute cracker.
It looks like we are going to be on Overpass this time around. Just taking a look at Hamburger, pushing their way towards the B-bomb site. T's going to be pushing towards Monster currently, just holding steady, biding their time. Jaeger just holding that corner, waiting to see if any of the CTs are going to get eager here. Who do you think's going to land the first blow, James?
Well, the B side is quite notorious at some of its sneaky little hiding places for the CTs, so if they're able to utilize those, especially that player up at Toxic right there, Cyclone is going to have to put in a lot of work Gets tagged up quite low, and they've spotted out the second player doing a lot of damage to Urban. Cyclone has been tagged down quite low as well, so that should be an easy cleanup, and it is all up to Brad. Can he do it? 2 players are fine. Can't find either of them. Simps are going to take round 1.
Yeah, an all-out slugfest coming through from both teams there. Lots of damage coming through, but the Simps do simp quite hard in the end and do secure the first round.
Well, here we go, round 2, and the Hamburger players have decided to pick up P250s up against those Mac 10s, the Mac attack of the Simps. It will probably prove to be an easy round for the Simps, but you never know. If you're able to find that quick double tap headshot with the P250, it can be very, very effective. They're just going to rush short straight into a line of fire, and Jaeger's going to be able to find both.
Yeah, definitely do love a bit of the Mac attack, and we see that coming to fruition there. Just able to push through those players, but now the CTs are going to buy up here, do have the FAMAS in hand as well as the Scout. I feel like they can distance themselves adequately and should be able to maybe pick up a kill or 2 here.
Yeah, it really comes down to that Scout. If they're able to find a quick headshot, opening up the round from heaven, that's going to be massive. Let's find the tag there. So Simp is cleaned up by Brad a little bit. Hamburger, they get their
They do not want the Sims to walk away with this one. They want to make sure that they go all the way down to the ringer. And that's exactly what we want to see here tonight. But in saying that, it looks like a surprise has come out of the box there. The P90 coming into play.
Well, nothing screams pro like a Pro 90, and that might be the most contradicting thing I've ever said in my life, but nevertheless, let's see if it works out for them. Molotov doesn't quite connect with Toxic. Second attempt lands, but this has slowed down their ability to get out onto site. Thankfully, because of that Molotov, that grenade won't do any damage, and they've spotted that player up in heaven, so this could actually be really good for Hamburger, but Jaeger lying in wait, lurking just on short there, waiting for these players to push on up onto the site with that P90. Might even swing a bit early and does so. Finds the first. Has to back off though. 19 HP is not much to work with. And it's all on Cyclone, but this is definitely doable here. Full HP, a bit of utility. Smoke goes down on short. Does have a flashbang as well. Just has to be careful though from this push at Monster. And Izzo checks it. Finds that one. Now it's all onto Urban with the scout. Cyclone can get a free plant down now if they desire, but it doesn't matter. Just goes for the spray, long distance headshot. And there we go, Hamburger. They're bringing it back.
Cyclone just absolutely acting like a tornado away, just blowing the enemies out of the air there. Really impressive play coming out from the T's, really clawing this one back. That doesn't mean the CTs are out of this one yet, because they've brought some firepower of their own into this round.
No, indeed. MP9, MP7 comes on out, and there we go, just like that. Spray down both of the players with their spray and pray attitude that they bring with those SMGs. And map 1 is in the books. Simps will take it in 6-4 fashion.
Wow. What a game, honestly. It was really close, and that is a fantastic way to start off the night. It really just goes to show that the games tonight are going to be absolutely thrilling.
Yeah, I'm excited to see if it continues in that fashion. That close gameplay should be a lot of fun. But, I mean, is there anything really that you can say Hamburger did wrong in that instance? Because for me, I think they just got a little bit unlucky in some instances. But for the most part, there wasn't much that you could say that they specifically need to improve on.
Yeah, both teams were really consistent across the map, honestly. Hamburger just got a little bit unlucky, like you said, in some instances. They got a bit caught off guard. Like, they definitely had a surprise in that last round there, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, you have to expect that someone might rush, but you don't expect it to be two players with SMGs barreling down through Monster. So definitely not what you'd expect, but nevertheless, that does net Simps the win. So I guess props to them for using an unorthodox strategy.
Yeah, it really goes to show that if you bring out something unexpected, then there's a good chance that it might actually work, because a lot of people might be expecting particular ways of playing, like, say, hiding behind the smokes, but then someone might push all the way through.
Yeah, that's true. Definitely. I mean, there's a lot of avenues for smokes down at Monster as well. From the CT side, you can even get some down from the traditional CT spawn up on the opposite side on the A site, which obviously the CTs don't have access to at the moment. So it does limit it a little bit there. And of course, that means it's not as quick and easy to jump down from heaven to throw a smoke as well. So the timing being a little bit different there might play into why it's been a little bit more one-sided for the Ts. But you never know, things might progress, things might change, different teams might bring different strategies. We saw, the boost come out, that's a very popular move online that you wouldn't necessarily expect in a 2 versus 2 because they're your only players. They're both committed to this boost. Something goes wrong, you're done for.
Yeah, exactly right. It definitely is a gamble play, boosting those two players on top of each other, because once your head peaks up, it's a game of peekaboo. Someone could say, I see you, and then that's them taken out of the game.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's one of those spots. I love that one. You talk about peekaboo. That is another spot, the boost spot, where players often will do those little jumps over the wall just to be able to slightly spot out the players that potentially are pushing from sewers. So it's going to be interesting to see if someone does try that strategy instead of committing both players to the boost. But here we go. Map 2, we're heading over to Nuke. We
haven't seen this one for a little bit, but I'm excited to get into the action nonetheless. Let's see what both these teams do look to bring to the table this time. Both CTs just trying to cover both entrances, looking through towards Decon, but it looks like the Ts have actually used their cover to their advantage, just going straight for the plant. Now they just have to maintain the post-plant positions.
Yeah, we'll see how this one plays out. They've decided to go for a single door plant. And the Ts are playing this one together quite nicely, actually. I really am enjoying this. Cyclone's going to jump on the bomb there. Does have the kit as well. Needs to find the headshot. Just holding it down, but does get shut down there by Jaeger. Follows it up for the second. I thought for a moment that might have gone Hamburger's way because Cyclone doing everything they could to stay stuck onto that defuse. Unfortunately, Brad just not able to find both of the kills there. So Hamburger, luck out once again. Simps, they'll take the first round.
Yeah, so close, but so far. They definitely did do a great effort. They're trying to secure some damage there, but unfortunately weren't able to pull through in the end. But they do have some powerful pistols behind them this time, and they're playing the distance game, trying to keep those walls between them and the T players, trying to see if they do choose to go to the site, and then as soon as they hear those sound cues, they can just pounce on them from there.
I mean, sound cues are such an integral part about Counter-Strike, and on top of that fact, because this is limited to just the one site, the sound cues won't be so confusing. So Urban's just gone straight past Brad there, but does turn around to find the kill in the end. 1 versus 1. Cyclone has the bomb and a deagle in hand and cleans it up. There we go. Cyclone's going to be able to bring out the first round for Hamburger and tie things back up 1-1.
Yeah, and there you see the power of the pistols just proving true there, allowing them to close the gap, close the distance. And now they managed to steal some weapons of their own. It looks like it is going to be a battle of the submachine guns, as well as the deagle this time. But Cyclone's actually opted for the M4A4 in this instance.
Yeah, well, it doesn't really prevail much there as they're shut down straight away by Urban, who picks it up, and this makes things very difficult for Brad. Only has a UMP in hand. It's not going to be an easy one unless they catch the player unawares, and does exactly that. Somehow walking away with that one, but Jaeger will be able to clean that one up. Brad almost pulling off a miraculous 1 versus 2.
There's been a lot of these close calls, and it really goes to show that these teams are definitely on even footing. This is the clash of the Titans right now. Both these teams, they have something to prove tonight. They want to see who's going to be able to come out on top. And now, the Simps, they may have the more powerful weapons, but we've seen what the pistols are capable of in the previous rounds.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Brad's been pretty good with the deagle so far. Will they continue it? Slowly building here. Smoke goes down. I think it missed its mark. I reckon they wanted to try and smoke off their exit from control room. And with both of these players on the deagle at ramp, they should be able to spot out some kind of a push onto the site, especially Cyclone.
One of them has made their presence known, though, doing a little bit of damage, but it'll be enough there. Urban is able to pounce onto Brad. Now trying to find another one. Ooh, getting so close there for Cyclone, but Urban is able to come out on top in the end. And they do secure the plant money also.
Yeah, an extra $300 in pocket money. Never goes astray. So the Simp's going to take that to the bank. 3-1 now.
Three to 1, but the show isn't done. CTs are opting for these close angles, and Cyclone actually does prevail there. Taking out Jaeger, taking a lot of punishment for it though, and now Urban going to be creeping around like a ninja, trying to see if they can find their first kill.
Yeah, sort of stuck in an awkward situation right now because Urban has no real idea, concept, anything of where these two players are. Opens up the double door, sprays down the first, almost corrects the spray to go for the second, but Cyclone is going to be able to clean it up. So we're looking like a very similar situation here. 2-3 is the scoreline going into the second half.
Yeah, it's a case of deja vu there. Like, we did see the 3-2 scoreline on the previous map, and it goes to show these games are all going to be close, James, and I feel like that's going to continue all throughout the night, honestly. But now with the side switched, do you feel like maybe the pace might switch up as well?
Yeah, there's definitely a potential for that. You know, just like Overpass, Nuka's been known to be heavily CT-sided in its traditional form, so we'll see if that pays off for the Simps here, or if Hamburger can flip the switch and make it a T-sided affair. Build a bit of momentum, potentially.
Definitely biding their time in this round, really just testing their patience. Trying to see if anyone is going to get eager and peek into that. Oh, Cyclone, that down cue. Definitely going to face the consequences of that one, because now the CTs know exactly where they're coming from. They're trying to engage the trap, trying to secure the kill, but Cyclone actually does creep away. Brad able to assist them, provide some covering fire. Now they may actually be able to go for the plant, but Jaeger has a thing or two to say about that. Takes out Cyclone. At the very least, the plant goes down, the bullets shoot through. But Jaeger, on a 1 HP, manages to get the round.
I thought for a second there that was a confirmed kill for Brad, but just can't find the follow-up shot onto Jaeger. Got them down to 1 HP and just continue to sort of spray away there. That's something that you really never want to get into the habit of doing with the Glock, because it does become very inaccurate at those sorts of ranges. So if you do find that first shot, maybe just hide, get your aim back, recover, and go for the second shot in a little bit. So that's really given the Simps here an advantage. But nevertheless, Hamburger are going to be able to buy into this one with some SMGs as well. So it's not the be-all and end-all here, but the Pro 90 could have something to say about it.
Brad does spot both players, but Jaeger and Co are able to overwhelm. Now it's all going to be down to Cyclone, making great use of that utility there, and is aware of where they potentially could be pushing from. Oh no, the spray through the smoke though, going to pull through, and that is going to take them down to map point and series point, James.
Yeah, series point already, but we've been in this position before, and Hamburger mounted the comeback, got it to 6 rounds to 4 in the end for the first map. Can they go one step further and actually win it out this time? Let's have a look and see what the plan of attack is. Going for a similar setup. Mac attack and the UMP against the MP9 and the P90 of the Simps.
T's trying their best to set themselves up. A little bit of noise has been made, so the CTs do have an idea of where they could be coming from, but they're not 100% certain as yet. They are just holding those individual different angles for the moment. The window has been broken, though, towards control room. CTs do put that counteractive flash through, but nothing concrete put through just yet. The double door is going to be open. This is the attack looking to be launched now, James.
Yeah, they're going to be able to trade out the first kill. Urban taking down Cyclone and Brad following it up with the kill back. Now the standoff here between Brad and Jaeger.
You could feel the pressure there, and Jaeger just did their best, held their position, and they managed to secure the map and the series. What a series it was indeed.
Yeah, I mean, second map really wasn't as close as the first one, unfortunately, but we still saw a good series there, so I'm excited to see what the Hamburger players are able to do in the lower bracket. They, of course, will be going down. They've lost their first life that we spoke about earlier, but congratulations to the Simps for coming out on top 2-0.
Yeah, definitely some great stuff coming out from both teams there. Like, it really goes to show how much power is behind some of these rosters that we're seeing tonight, and I'm keen to see so many more of them coming up.
Yeah, well, I mean, of course, we've got our reigning 2-time champions Borger back, so we'll see if someone can take the fight to them like Timballs almost did last week. We saw a very close series there, very, very close one that went down to the final round. Hopefully we get more of the same tonight. But it's been a very good start to the proceedings, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go to a quick break while we get the next series loaded up for you, so don't go anywhere.
Insane, the colours,
the colours
the huge LED screen.
Gemma, what's up with the maps?
Okay, hi guys. I am with another fabulous Twitch streamer here. How did you find out about Fortress?
First time I found out about Fortress was just before PAX last year.
It's quite mind-boggling, eh?
Like compared to the photos and like the 3D models you saw online, like it does not compare like
my God.
at all. Honestly, the PCs here are amazing. The arena is insane. The huge LED screen is
Hell
nuts.
yeah, hell yeah. Did you have a look by any chance at the streaming booths?
I have had a look at the streaming booth. And
What do you reckon?
they
What do you
look
reckon?
better than my setup at home.
Same for me. I'm looking at it, I'm like, I really want this gear now.
Yeah.
God damn it.
I was like, can I just take those key lights and
Yoinkies! Yoinkies!
I want to have my birthday here, so that'll be a lot of fun.
We're all invited. There you go. You heard it here first. We're all invited!
I'm Jasmine. Oh, I was just talking about the crosshair with Jazz. Do you know what's going on with the maps? Oh. Lucky dip.
It's the mystery.
So, same pool as in... Because neither of those two maps are in. Okay.
I mean,
hit me very confused.
Overpass was fine, but Nuke threw me off.
Yeah. I mean, even Overpass, I'm like, that's supposed to be map 3, man.
We're already at the end.
Makes us look stupid.
We're time travelers.
Yes. We'll just skip the first one, that's where I am.
Nah, it's fine. We're on Valorant now, guys.
Welcome back once again to Firefights, live from this Alienware Arena here at Fortress Melbourne, the home for all gamers. My mill boss, that is Matsy, and we are bringing you all of the CSGO 2 versus 2 Wingman action tonight. We just saw a pretty great series, I'd have to say, to open up our proceedings. Simps versus Hamburger. What did you make of that one?
Yeah, it definitely was one way to start off with a bang. The fireworks are lit, and I am keen to see even more of the action. That was an amazing match, honestly.
Yeah, great way to start off the proceedings, and we've got a cracker of a match going up, ready to go next. But we have to mention a little something that you're involved with, the Rise of Valor. What can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so the Rise of Valor is going to be hosted by Fortress Melbourne. It is going to be as part of the Global Riot Games Ignition series. I'm super excited to see it kick off tomorrow. And it is going to be a tournament with $70,000 in prize pool, as well as a $15,000 prize pool included in that for all the players.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. That's going to be kicking off, I believe, tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm excited to see how that goes down. Take a look at a quick little announcement video.
Come on, let's go!
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, so the Open Qualifiers 1 and 2 will be broadcast tomorrow live here in the Alienware Arena, of course. And as I said before, you are involved. We do have registrations open up for the preceding 2 weeks, so you can head over to fortressmelbourne.com/Rise of Valor if you want to register your team, grab a couple of mates, and play some awesome Valorant gameplays. But let's get back to what's at hand here. Firefights, the next series is ready to go. It's going to be a cracker. We're continuing on the Simp storyline. It's Simps going up against the Timberwolves.
We definitely saw a lot of great potential from Timberwolves last week. They definitely did show a lot of potential having those clashes up against Borgar. I feel like they're going to be out for blood tonight.
Yeah, I mean, they made it so close, as I said earlier in the night. They were able to take it to the very last round of proceedings, but Borgar were just too strong in the end. Johnny Drama and Baron, what can you do this week around? Can you dethrone the two-peat champions? And it's a great start. Jaeger taken out with a headshot and Urban down to just 17 HP. Timberwolves are looking to take this one with quite a lot of ease.
Yeah, Timberwolves starting off strong there, getting the first initial kill. It is all going to be down to Urban and only 17 points of HP. Not ideal. And then Johnny Drama is able to seal the deal there, taking away the first round for the Timberwolves. But the T's still have a pretty decent amount of money behind them, and it looks like they're actually going to go for the force buy. The Mac attack is back.
Let's see if we can get a successful Mac attack this time around. Been quite successful in the past. A lot of damage done there onto Urban, who will get traded out, but they did find the first kill. So it makes this one very doable here. If Jaeger's able to sneak up top at ramp, but no, the timing works out for Baron. Gets the shots in. It's a bit of a stalemate now. Pulls out the pistols. Baron in the end too strong, but that was a very awkward encounter.
Yeah, it definitely was quite something. Both players unfortunately running out of bullets there, and then it was the battle of the pistols. And in the end, the CTs rather, were able to prevail. But it looks like we actually do have the mini orbs coming through on the T side this time. Do you think they're going to be able to find some kills with those ones?
Well, we've seen some good Deagle play so far in the first series. And right now, nothing to show, but Jaeger is down to 20 health, so the advantage definitely in the way of the Timberwolves.
Looks like the Timberwolves are looking to solidify that advantage there. Baron just on a rip and tear with the Famous. But that doesn't mean the Simps are going to be out of it yet, because now they move into a buy round. They're bringing out that firepower with those AKs. Do you feel like they're going to be able to get some great things happening with that one?
Well, early opening up of the double doors, but that doesn't net Urban anything. Not a single point of damage towards his opponents. And Baron's going to be able to clean up the kill with the grenade there. Slam dunk into the double doors, leaving everything on Jaeger's shoulders. P90 in hand, so anything can happen, but at these longer ranges, the FAMAS is definitely going to be the better weapon to have.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. The P90 more favored towards those close engagements. If you do try and spray from a distance, then the bullets do tend to run astray, but it looks like they are going to connect at least a little bit towards Johnny Drama there. But considering how low health Jaeger was, the CTs, they do pull through.
Yeah, pull through indeed. 4-0, a fantastic start. And this is looking real awkward here for the Simps, who were quite strong on their T sides in the last series. Right now, just not looking to be following suit, and it looks like, you know, there's a strong potential here for a 5-0 half from the Timberwolves.
Yeah, we definitely saw the Simps really bare their teeth against their previous opponents. Now just really trying their best to take their time, but it looks like they have actually got the opening kill there. So while we were thinking that things weren't looking so good, it looks like they are going to get a little bit better, because now they've got it down to a 2 versus 1 situation.
Yeah, able to bring it back in the last round of the half. And there we have it. 4-1 is going to be the final scoreline of the first half here in Nuke. Now we swap sides. Let's see if they're able to start to build a bit of momentum and mount some kind of a comeback here, the Simps.
Yeah, starting off strong, they have taken the first step. And now we move into the pistol round to see if they are going to be able to take the second and try and claw their way to the top of the summit here, as they now push their way through. All guns blazing, both teams just meeting each other right now, and look how much damage they've taken.
Yeah, Jaeger down to just 18 points of health, not what you want. He's going to try and go for the kills from long distance. They're going to find the first. Urban opens up proceedings onto Baron, but the bomb has gone down. So there's a time crunch here for the USP players on the CT side of things, and they can't do anything about it. Johnny Drama coming back to haunt them. 5-1 map point.
Yeah, just coming after them like Freddy Krueger there, just laying in wait in their dreams. And then they scare them half to death. But now, it is going to be round number 7. Timberwolves are on map point, but the Simps aren't out of this one yet. They do have 2 MP9s trying to go for those close engagements. Johnny Drama, though, pulls through. The trade coming through from Jaeger, taking the damage. Going to be flanked from behind there. And that is going to be the first map going the way of the Timberwolves.
Yeah, Timberwolves really stepping their game up there, and unsurprisingly, they're going to be able to take that one in a very easy fashion. They look like they want to be storming on through, but of course this, does mean that they've got another map potentially to win, or can Simps do the reverse sweep and get the next 2? We'll have to wait to find out. But one thing that is quite interesting that I'm excited to see how it goes down as the series progress is that Timberwolves and Borga, our last week grand finalist teams, are on opposite sides of the bracket, so they won't actually face each other until potentially that winners final if they both make it that far.
Well, I feel like that definitely will give both teams a bit of inspiration. If they do claw their way to the top, then perhaps they could meet again. And then we will see the battle of the Jedi and the Sith.
Yeah, it could be another one of those revenge stories potentially. But we'll have to wait and see how everything else prevails or progresses on the other side of that bracket. But yeah, back on focus, back on topic on this game. I think a resounding performance there from the Timberwolves. I don't really know what the Sims can do to come back into this one.
Yeah, I feel like Nuke definitely is a difficult map at times. Like, it really does come down to how well you can adapt to what your opponent is going to throw at you. And they did struggle a little bit, but they did actually find their footing towards the later stages of that map. So I feel like even if they fell short in the first one, the second map has a lot more potential for them.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you. Like, they started to show a little bit more performance, more of what we saw in that first series towards the latter end of that map. So potentially they can start to bring a bit of that into whatever we're going to see next, and hopefully they have a little bit more success. I think it's fair to say the Timberwolves are probably hot favourites for the series, but it doesn't mean that it's all over yet. We definitely have more to see out of the Simps because they put on a really good show up against the Hamburger squad. So I'm excited to see how this goes. Let's head into map number 2 and see what happens. What are we sort of expecting out of this one here, Matt?
Well, moving on to train, there's definitely a lot more potential for maybe some off angles. Maybe we could see some players playing towards that heaven position again, like we did see in last week's Firefights. But let's take a look at how both teams choose to approach this, because Simps are just steaming ahead.
Just running out onto the side, and just like that, Baron cleans up both players with the P2000. 1-0 for the Timberwolves, and shock horror. We're back in a position where the Simps just don't look really ready to take on an opponent like this.
Yeah, definitely having the round thrown right in their face there, but that doesn't mean they are out of this one yet, as they do pick up the P250, and they do have the Glock to play with as well. So there's a little bit of potential if they can perhaps single out one of these opponents, maybe just overwhelm them through sheer numbers. Obviously, they are creeping towards the position of Johnny Drama, so if luck is in their favor, maybe Johnny Drama can land one shot, but then they still manage to pull through the pain and do unleash a rain of bullets down onto their position.
Timing there. I thought that they heard some of those sound cues that were coming out of the Simps players, but maybe not. Doesn't matter though. Baron from behind is going to come on through and find the first kill, while Johnny Drama pulls out that pistol and finds the necessary headshot to win the second round there. So unfortunately for the Simps, the timing just working in Timberwolves' favour.
Yeah, and timing really can be unlucky for some teams, just like it was in that instance, but it doesn't mean that the timing will come into play into this next round, as the Simps do actually pick up the 2 rifles this time, so they do have the firepower advantage. Ooh, very close shots coming through there. Dots really starting to align. Baron holding a very nice position, just waiting for Johnny Drama to bait out the opponents. See if they can catch them off guard. Looks like they have picked up Jaeger, but they're not really sure of Urban's position just yet. Urban can definitely play this into their advantage.
Well, slowly but surely. They're going to see Urban creep on up to hell, but can't do anything from that position. So, needless to say, Timberwolves really covering that A-bomb site from all angles. It feels like Baron especially is just on the move so much that Simps don't know really what to expect as where they're going to be coming from.
And you definitely do need to add that diversity to your play. Keep your opponent guessing, because then they're not going to know exactly where you're playing from. There's not going to be a true pattern to how you're actually approaching things, so they don't know what to really expect. But it looks like Jaeger is actually going to try the pop dog strategy this time.
Yeah, definitely testing the waters there, just trying to shoulder peek, see if anyone's there, but wants to go for this slow and silent drop down SL, and right now they won't be aware that that's where they're going to be playing from, but they know where Urban is, who does have that scout. Will want to stay at these longer ranges, but this might play perfectly into Johnny Drama's hands, who's on the opposite side of the train, but has backed off a little bit here. So this gives a little bit of real estate for Jaeger to be able to push up, but just can't find the shots. Goes down to Johnny Dramas from us there. And now Urban with the scout has to do it all.
Oh, that looks so close. Urban had the shot lined up, but Johnny Drama is just a little bit quicker to the trigger there and does secure the 4th round for the Timberwolves.
Yeah, we're having a bit of deja vu here, I think, Matt. I don't know about you, but it's seeming like it's going a similar direction, a very fast. You know, a quick game's a good game is what they say, but it's never good when you're on the receiving end of a thrashing like this.
Definitely isn't good in that space, but it looks like the Bees are just going to go guns blazing. Lots of damage done towards Baron there, but Baron does pull through in the end, sending some of that firepower right back at Jaeger, and that is going to be the half. Going to the Timberwolves.
Yeah, 5-0, very quick. Not a single kill from the Simp side of things. Unfortunately, they just haven't been able to make anything work. I thought they almost had a shot there. Quite a bit of damage was done by the Deagle, and then if the SMG came on through, might have been able to clean up those kills, but no. Just a little bit unlucky in that scenario. So now we see what Johnny and Baron can do on the attacking side of things. Quick little boost up in connector. And it looks like Timberwolves are going for at least some kind of strategy here. Smoke goes out, but I think it's failed.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I think it actually clipped the roof there. At least they do have a flashbang to play off, but without that smoke, that could bite them. Looks like, Urban's position definitely powerful, but Baron sees right through the illusion and does send Urban straight to the Shadow Realm there. Now they do have the bomb planted. Jaeger going to be creeping forward just like John Wick. Do you feel like they're going to be able to connect the shots here?
It's going to have to be something special from Jaeger, who does get some tags into Johnny Drama, but again, because trying to follow the player up the ladder, it's really all just leg shots. Finds the second, though, so it's definitely doable, but I don't think Jaeger's going to expect Baron to be up here. He's got absolutely no idea. Baron's just peeked the bomb, can't spot him anywhere. Oh, no, don't do it, Baron. Oh, Baron's going for the knife, just playing ring around the rosy peekaboo, whatever you want to call it. Go for the knife fight. They both died to the bomb there. But Baron just delaying Jaeger long enough to take out the second map and take out the series in a very quick 6-0 fashion. There we go. Second series in the books just like that. Timberwolves absolutely smashing it.
Yeah, they're definitely fired up, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, that's one way to put it, fired up for sure. You know, able to win that one very, very comfortably in both maps. 2-0 and only dropped a single round and only dropped a single kill in that final round of the last map there. So there you have it. Well, in the second map, that is. In the first map, there were a couple of kills that went down for Simps, but that does see Simps go down into the lower bracket. Timberwolves, they continue their run in the upper bracket. What do you sort of make of their chances to get back in that winners bracket final?
Well, if they continue playing like they have been in that game that we just saw them on, then they definitely have a great chance. But there's still some contenders that we have yet to see tonight, so maybe there could be a thorn in their side.
Yeah, definitely. We'll have to wait and see who is going to be next up on stream. While we get that ready for you guys, we're going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. This is Firefights. We have the nuts.
Next round is Team
Mumsy Dad.
Millboss. Oh. Hi, Dad.
la ciencia. Dame la ciencia. Dame la ciencia.
Welcome back, everybody, to Firefights, coming to you live out of the Anyway Arena here at Fortress Melbourne, the home for all gamers. My name is Milvos, that's Matsy, and we are bringing you all of the CSGO 2 versus 2 Wingman action tonight. Matt, we've seen two very interesting and very contrasting games so far. Obviously, the first one, Simps were able to take it 2-0, but they were a little bit closer. Then they went up against Timberwolves, who smashed in both maps, winning the first 6-1 and the second one 6-0. What do you make of that in terms of the rest of the night?
Yeah, it definitely sets the scene for things like the first game was very, very close ordeal, but then the second game was a little bit of a one-sided endeavour.
Yeah, it seemed to be that way. So an interesting development in that regard. Simps, that does mean they're down in the lower bracket, and we are going to be jumping on to the lower bracket with our next game. It's going to be Mavericks going up against Outback. But before we talk about that, let's have a look at the bracket so far, what we've seen happen so far. Walk us through what's going down.
Yeah, so it looks like we are going to be taking a look at the Mavericks coming up against Outback. It looks like Timberwolves have actually progressed to the upper semi-finals, going up against Herp C there, and Borgar is actually going to be in the upper quarterfinals against Apex HP. Looks like the Criminals did actually close it out against Vex there, sending them to the lower bracket, but I feel like we definitely have an opportunity to see some of these other teams as well, like we did see Park G last week, for example, as well as Herp C. There's a lot of potential to see some of the teams and some returning faces in that sense.
Yeah, definitely. And right now it's really starting to make sense as to what we're seeing in the bracket here. It's all really starting to come together right now. So there's a lot of storylines to really talk about. I mean, Simps being in the lower bracket so early on is a big one, I'd have to say, because they did so well last week. We'll see if they can't mount some kind of a lower bracket run towards that lower bracket final, potentially try and make their way back up into the grand final as the night progresses. That being said, let's bring it back to the Timberwolves. What do you sort of make of their performance, and how do you think they're going to go?
Yeah, they've definitely shown a new flair of power. I feel like there's real spark in their eyes this week. They are really in it to win it. You can really see just how hard they're actually pushing for this one. And I feel like maybe if they continue this way, then they can definitely go the distance. They can go the journey.
Yeah, I can imagine seeing them in that grand final as they were last week. But let's bring it down to earth, what we're talking about now. Mavericks and Outback. Mavericks, new name. We haven't seen that team name in the mix yet, but we do have Outback returning. They've played in every single Firefights competition there has been. They've been in every single one without fail, as far as I'm aware. So let's get into it. We're kicking things off on train here, and it's going to be Mavericks on the CT side, Outback on the T side as we get this one underway.
Yeah, we are swinging into things here. Outback just absolutely charging towards the site. Not a care in the world. Vincent is actually able to get a nice headshot to start things off. Bone Killer going to be taken out of play. Weaponstilus Max still going to be here though. Whoa, the distance play coming through. The CTs do pull through there. The Tech 9s just not playing too well in the distance game, but that doesn't matter because now we move into the second round.
Yeah, quick and easy one there for the Mavericks. Wonder if they're getting paid by Logan Paul to be doing this.
Well, you definitely could see them being a part of the low gang, but we'll see exactly what potential they do bring to this one. Taking the first one away. T's responding in kind with some P250s here, trying to close the distance, see if they can get those close engagements. Both of them approaching from different sides of the map. Really doing a great job at splitting the CT's attention because they don't know where they're going to be coming from right now.
Yeah, it really does keep the CTs guessing, which is important when you've got pistols up against SMGs, and both weaponry thrive in those close range encounters. So you want to be able to make it a little bit harder to guess where you're coming from, but in that scenario, Mavericks are going to be able to clean up both those kills coming from Vincent Calvez, and that's going to be netting them quite a hefty bit of cash. Again, $600 per kill with the SMG. Not too shabby. And looking at the Mavericks and their journey here to the lower bracket, they were able to win against Infrared 2-0. So that's a team that we saw do pretty well last week. And then they were up against Herp C, just not able to do anything there. Meanwhile, Outback were given the tough task of going up against Borger in the first round. Definitely not what you want to see when the bracket loads up.
Yeah, it definitely can be quite intimidating, but as long as you do have fun at the end of the day, try your best, and just enjoy everything you're doing, then that's what really matters, because that's what Firefights is all about, just getting your mates together and having a really good time.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the mantra here that we're striving for, and so far it seems to be going pretty well. I mean, that's the story of these Outback guys. They're just a couple of people who knew Sam, who helped me commentate the first set of Firefights on COD, and they thought, why not? But here we go, the sneaky work from NVB to come from behind, finds the first knife kill. Can they get the second? They do. It's going to be a double knife kill there for NVB. The sneaky play might just go into the running for the Shark Play of the Week.
Yeah, definitely looking like a shark chasing after a school of fish there. Definitely doing some great work with the knife. Let's see how Outback do choose to respond moving into this next round. They are just looking at each other. What just happened? How do you think they're feeling about that one?
I think they know what's just happened, and they're not very happy about it, that's for sure. They're just going to chill in T-spawn for the moment. But a little bit of stabby time coming out in this matchup.
Yeah, looking to play a game of knifey spoony perhaps. But looks like they are going to exit their spawn now. Try and formulate a plan of attack, just slowly clearing out these areas. One of them going to lag behind a little bit, but he's slowly catching up. Just trying to push their way through past the green train now. They do actually find the player, but NVB going to be able to spray them down. The power of the AK just too strong in that instance. But now they can buy up once again. What do you think's going to come out from them in this round?
It's hard to really say. They've pulled out a Dak Vone Killer going for that one. Can be absolutely devastating sometimes, so let's hope for their sake it is this time around. As they need to find something to swing this momentum. 4-0 the scoreline right now. Vone Killer is going to be able to find that first kill with the Dak. Takes about 4 HP for his troubles. And that leaves Vincent Calvez by themselves.
Yeah, definitely a great early kill there. Vone Killer just lining up the shot, and then they managed to connect. It's down to a 1 versus 2 situation for Vincent, but now the distance has been closed. It's now 1 versus 1. They're making great use of their utility. They even have more available to them to boot. But now, weapons to the max, just playing the patience game, just hiding and wait. Oh no, Vincent's able to creep up, gets the shot, and that is going to be round number 5. Going the way of the Mavericks.
Yeah, even with the Dak there, not able to make that one work. Unfortunately, Outback just struggling right now. That first kill for Vone Killer is the only kill that Outback have been able to achieve. And there you have it. 5-0. Looking like it might be a repeat of what we saw in the last series, unfortunately. Just two teams on opposite ends of the spectrum in terms of, experience and knowing how to approach things. So let's see, though, if Outback can't turn things around here.
Definitely just holding steady for the moment, holding those tight angles, just like Weapons to the Max is there, just waiting for the teams to push into them. Vincent Calvez, though, does get some early damage out. Weapons to the Max responding in kind, does have their teammate available through the connector there, but Weapons to the Max is actually going to be taken out. It's all going to be on Bone Killer's shoulders now. They just need to play that patience game, make their presence not known to these Ts, and then maybe they can catch them by surprise here.
I mean, yeah, that would definitely be what they want out of this one. And you can tell that Outback are not really sure where to go. Mavericks, they're playing with a lot of confidence right now. They're actually baiting out the bomb plan, and that does work perfectly. 6-0 clean, flawless sweep here in map 1 for the Mavericks. And Outback, it's not looking good, my friends.
They definitely had some sparks of potential. I really like how they adapted when they brought out the Dak Dak. That was a great glimmer of hope for them. They managed to get that opening kill, but then the Mavericks adapted as well in kind.
Yeah, I mean, the Dak Dak is obviously a very powerful weapon, and that's why it is memed a little bit in the community as being a little bit of a noob gun. But, if it's what's going to get you the round win, then why not use it? It's available for everyone to use. It happens to be one of the most expensive weapons to buy, so, it's got its trade-offs, but nevertheless, not able to capitalize on finding that first kill and get the round win. So, unfortunately, yeah, very quick 6-0 sweep from Mavericks. Can they repeat that in the second half, though, do you think?
Well, I feel like each map definitely has a different way of being played. So maybe they were a little bit shaken up on train, but as we do move towards the next map, maybe we could see a different side of things. Maybe the tides could be turned and we have the Uno reverse card.
Yeah, potentially. It's going to take a lot here for Outback to force a game 3, but if they're able to do it, then that would be nothing short of a miracle comeback story. But yeah, it should be good to see how they sort of adapt to it. As you say, they were showing signs of adaptation and trying to fix their game to sort of match what Mavericks were throwing at them, but it just didn't work out in train. Can it work out on the second map? That's what we're yet to see, but I think it's fair to say, Matt, that these Mavericks players probably don't deserve to be in the lower bracket with what they've shown so far.
Yeah, they've definitely had some great sparks of potential, and then, in turn, that makes me think, how did they actually get here, considering how much firepower is behind them? What monster did they have to go up against previously?
Yeah. Well, they went up against Herp C, and that was one of our strong contenders that ran very far into that lower bracket last week, so yeah, it would have been nice to maybe see what actually went down there, see a little bit more of the storyline of that, because it's written down as a 2-0 victory on the bracket, but, that doesn't always tell the full story. That could have been two very close maps. We don't really know. So I'm keen to see them progress through the lower bracket potentially, and maybe prove us that they don't deserve to be down here, that they should have been able to beat Herp C. Maybe they might even go up against them later on, because Herp C are facing off against the Timberwolves, who are a phenomenal team, and we've already seen that tonight, so could be a potential rematch there.
Yeah, there definitely is some potential for the rematches, and that's something I'd really like to see, though, James, but it looks like we are going to be swinging back into the action now, as map number 2 is going to be ready, and we are on Overpass.
Back on Overpass, start of the night here, and we're returning. And Outback swing the tides of fate here. That flash doesn't really help Vincent at all, who gets absolutely decimated there. But that grenade does so much damage to Weapons to Max. And now NVB going up against Bone Killer on the P250, who wants to get this bomb down, will go for it. But no, fakes it out. MVB follows up, chases down the kill, and there we have it. Mavericks, they're able to win the first round, but Outback again almost had it in their grasp. So they just let go at the last second.
Yeah, it was an all-out firefight there. Outback looking really strong, getting that initial kill, but that grenade was the nail in the coffin, honestly. That did so much work, closing the gap there. Lots of shots were exchanged, and then Mavericks pulled through, but what a headshot coming through from MVP there, even going for the no-scope. Oh my gosh, Mavericks, what is going on, James?
That's just dirty. You can't be doing things like that, MVP. Wow. The no-scope to clean up the round, and Outback once again are probably thinking, what the hell is this guy on? They're just sitting in spawn. They don't know what to do about it.
Yeah, definitely amped up in that round, but now Outback do charge their way forward once again here. Some early grenades to come through alongside some utility, just to make some time be available to the CTs. The Fire actually going to cover the entry, one of the Ts there, but they are eventually located by the Mavericks, dishing out a little bit of damage. Trying to dish out that grenade again. Going to connect this time. Bone Killer trying to push through. Does get a little bit of damage out, but now it's all down to weapons to the max. Oh, gets spotted out by the toxic barrels. And that is going to be another round going the way of the Mavericks.
Yeah, not really any surprises there. And Outback once again struggling. This time though, struggling for cash. It's not going to be much of an investment, but they do force Spy with everything they've got. So it's an interesting approach to the economy of Counter-Strike, but if it works, it works. I'm not going to complain.
Ooh, weapons to the max, getting some great damage out there towards the CTs. Still just going to hold back for the moment. Try and make use of their utility so they can cross towards the site. There we go. They do creep forward. MVP gonna hold that off angle though, dishing out some significant damage straight towards weapons to the max there as well. Do you think the Ts are going to be able to close the distance though?
It's not looking likely right now, and you know, weapons to max is so low, but Phone Killer does come out with the first kill. Vincent on the flank will find the first, but Phone Killer now with better weaponry is going to be able to clean it up, and there we go. Outback finally secured their first round. They couldn't have come at a better time to slow down that momentum for the Mavericks. Don't let them get into that second half with such a massive advantage. Now the last round of the first half, they really want to go for a second round and make it just that little bit easier of a comeback in the second half.
Yeah, the more rounds you get, then less pressure is going to be on your shoulders. Definitely do want to try and aim for even Stevens, pushing their way towards the next half here. Obviously, this will be the last round, so this is going to be their last opportunity. But we were talking about boosts earlier, James, and now there's actually one come through from the CTs on the opposite side of the spectrum.
Yeah, they've gone for it. They've gone for the typical sewer boost, and they don't spot anything out, so they're sort of thinking, all right, well, this looks like they're going to be making their way from Monster, but actually, it's just Outback playing very, very slowly. They don't want to get hit up by too much utility or anything too early. Weapons to Max is going to flash out of Monster, but gets counter flashed there straight away. And still, they haven't made their move yet. This one is turning out to be a very slow round indeed. Oh, the headshot. The 1D coming out from NVB is going to close down Bone Killer all on Weapons to Max. Can't make it happen. And there we have it. NVB coming out with two incredible Deagle one-taps.
Yeah, just bringing out the power of the mini magic stick once again, summoning a lightning bolt there, just absolutely sending waves through their core. But now, 4-1 is going to be the score. We are moving towards the second half. Mavericks going to be on the T side, Outback on CT. Do you feel like the Mavericks are going to push through with an aggressive playstyle here?
I mean, yeah, it sort of feels like they've got the confidence to pull off something super aggressive. So there we go, flashes all coming on out. And looks like they might be going for a bit of a boost over here. Oh, they are indeed. Surely the audio cues coming out from Weapons to Max though. They need to be careful. Don't open yourselves up. Oh, wow. Vincent really struggling to jump on top of MVB's head. Bone Killer, oh no, they've got it spotted out right away, but Bone Killer does see them and reacts. Is out of the way there.
Just going going to hold steady for the moment. I feel like the CT's actually playing this really well currently. Just holding steady, being patient, just waiting for the Ts to come to them. Because now, the Ts have wasted all their utility. CTs have the armor available, so they definitely have that small advantage in the health department. Looks like it doesn't matter though, because Vincent just turns straight through onto the site, taking out both players. And that is going to be the 5th round taken for the Mavericks.
Yeah, on map and series point, and getting a bit of deja vu here. Once again, those last few maps have been quite one-sided, unfortunately, so it really hasn't been a good showcase of what the losing teams are able to accomplish. But here we go. They're going to put everything they've got into this Vone Killer. Pulls out the MP7 weapons to max on the Deagle. And the Mavericks, they look like they're going to make a play from Monster.
Yeah, they are pushing their way forward currently, just trying to scope out those angles with the Scout. That's definitely a powerful weapon, and being able to clear angles like that definitely could spell disaster for the CTs, but they definitely are playing this correctly, not allowing the Scout to focus their attention on them. But as I say that though, weapons to the max has been taken out. Is BB going to be taken out in turn though? Vone Killer saying a thing or two there. Vincent gets the spray down, and that is going to be the map, everybody. It goes the way of the Mavericks.
Yeah, map and series done and dusted. 6-1 is going to be the final scoreline there for that map, and a 2-0 map victory for Mavericks. Unfortunately, that does mean Outback are knocked out of the competition. Sad to see you boys go. You're always a lot of fun to watch and talk over, but there we have it, 2-0 Mavericks. I mean, what was really the key to success there for the Mavericks?
I feel like it's like you were touching on earlier. It's just their confidence. I feel like they definitely had that in them. There was high energy and high passion in their play. And I feel like they definitely had a few tricks up their sleeve, because you saw how they were making use of that utility. They were throwing everything around. It was all crazy all over the sites.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say on both maps we saw some very good utility usage. You know, some great pre-nades into A main on Train, and some great pre-nades into Monster and stuff like that here on Overpass. So very, very good use of that utility. Do you think that's something that maybe teams like Outback with a little less experience should work on?
Yeah, I feel like it definitely does give you an edge, because maybe some people might not be as confident in their aim, but then having those little tricks available to you with the utility can actually make or break plays. It can close that gap.
Yeah, definitely can. I mean, that's one of the big things, I guess, that you see between amateur and professional players. Utility usage is such a big part of it. You can be a world star aimer. If you don't really know the mechanics of the game, it's not going to be a great playing experience. But there we go. Series all done and dusted. We're going to get the next one loaded up for you guys. Don't go anywhere.
I like watching people that play different games from me, so I can like experience the game without actually playing it.
I've always been one to watch like esports. I used to start CSGO, now I watch Overwatch, I watch League of Legends.
It really is fun to watch somebody who's really mastered a game, someone who's really good at it.
I want to be submersed in the world that they are, and watching them just gives me that same effect.
With the international happening this year, I watched pretty much every single game, cheering on at the end, just like going nuts.
Yes. I love watching games. Kind of just started getting into the esports scene. It's fun to watch and go for, like, especially when your team's up there. You're like, yes.
People are so different. They bring in different angles, and it's also great to see people do things that you can't do as well.
Welcome back, everybody, to Firefights, coming to you live out of the Alienware Arena here at Fortress Melbourne. My name's Millboss, that is Matsy, and we are getting into the thick of things. We have an insane matchup ready for you guys, but before we get into that, let's talk about what we just saw. A bit of a thrashing, unfortunately, in the lower bracket. Mavericks taking out a very commanding victory over Outback. How do you see that team progressing throughout the rest of the lower bracket?
Yeah, I definitely feel like they could have a favourable run through the lower bracket. Looks like they are going to be coming up against the Simps, and the Simps definitely had a pretty strong start. Let's see if they can find that spark again as they come up against the Mavericks.
Yeah, that would be an interesting game to keep our eyes peeled on, but we aren't going to be watching that one. We've got something a little bit bigger. We're heading to the upper bracket finals. It's going to be Borga going up against
my gosh. We were talking about unique team logos before. That definitely takes the cake, James.
I mean, I'm done. I'm just done with this. This whole thing, like, shut it down. This is all. I guess what's interesting about this is Herpsy were able to take out Timberwolves in their upper bracket semi-finals. So that's a big matchup, which means Timberwolves, they're going to have to fight it out in the lower bracket if they want a chance to make it back up into the grand final. But Borga, they're going for their third consecutive grand finals appearance and a chance of being three-peat champions.
Yeah, let's see if they can take the hat trick this time. They're definitely pushing their way forward, but maybe there might be some obstacles in their way.
Yeah, and I mean, Herpsy's definitely bound to be one of them. They were able to make it pretty far into that lower bracket run last week, just missing out on the grand finals. And I think it's fair to say that these jokers have something up their sleeves. They're ready to get into it. So here we go. Nuke is going to kick things off tonight. We've got Chad and my sexy grandpa this time. Oh. Not the sexy grandma, it's the sexy grandpa up against Vivian and Emmy. Emmy taking a little bit of damage early there. Maybe a bit of a love tap from the knife of her compatriot there.
Yeah, just a bit of a high five, a bit of a pat on the back. But it looks like Grandpa has been spotted there. The CTs do pounce and take away the first kill. Now trying to look for the second. Chad going to push their way towards control room. Trying to play a game of whack-a-mole there. Does push their way back, though. Spotting out the CT. Just playing behind the side at the moment. The other one going to come through on the scaffolding, though. Bibian does secure the kill and the round for Borga.
Yeah, solid start there from the girls as they pick up their first round and a kill each. No complaints there. And, of course, going back to last week, the players here on Herp C, they're part of a competitive team that I believe are playing in the Rise of Valor tournament. So if you tune in tomorrow, you might actually get a glimpse of what they're able to do on Valorant as opposed to on Counter-Strike. And their teammates are the ones playing in the hamburger team. So that's why they both have these interesting logos, if you want to call them that.
Yeah, definitely keen to see what they're going to be able to do tonight. They've definitely had a pretty decent run so far, but now coming up against Borga. Slow start, but they did manage to do some damage there. Borga are going to be able to secure the second, but now they're in the gun round, James. Now is where the real game begins.
Yeah, really where we start to see the actual comparison between these two teams, but what isn't a comparison right now is going to be the utility for these squads. Emmy and Bibian both mustering quite a decent bit of utility. They have used most of it very early on, though. Emmy as well didn't opt to pick up a defuse kit, so potentially if Bibian goes down early, she might have to fight her way to that defuse kit potentially. But here we go. The push starts to come on through. And right now, this crossfire is set up almost perfectly here for Borga, no matter which way Herp C comes from.
Yeah, just definitely playing to each other's strengths. And Bibian just has that shot lined up there. Grandpa going to be on the receiving end of that one, but in turn, Chad's actually come through with a trade. And now it leaves Emmy in the 1-versus-1 situation, taking a little bit of damage already. Chad does have the advantage in that space and is actually going to go for the engagement through towards the ob deck there. Just holding steady, has an idea of where Emmy may be hiding. Emmy Still just holding that position, does spot the player, but Chad is going to pull through in the end, taking the first round with confidence for Herp C.
Yeah, they win that first round, 1 versus 2, is able to get the job done. And Emmy just not able to really play around the silo there as much as she might have wanted. And the reactor rather, but nevertheless, Herp C do a good job into that one, but now they've been split in 2. It's going to be Sexy Grandpa making their way up to control room. That Molotov just meaning that no trade would be able to come through, and Bibion's got away with seemingly her life. Looked a little bit hairy there for a second, but she does survive. So Bibion down on the site with the MP9, and similar sort of crossfire to what we saw last time.
Yeah, definitely just playing into their default positions. It looks like they have set that up quite adequately for the moment. The D's, though, trying to exploit any form of weakness they may seem to find. Looks like Emmy is going to come out on top there, though. Now it's all going to be down to Grandpa. Does have the UMP in hand, so going to have to go for a short distance battle. I feel like the distance between the ramp and the double doors there is pretty close, but Bibian does manage to win the battle of the Jiggle Peaks with the MP9.
Yeah, and recovers that AK as well. So crucial there. And that does mean the firepower on Herp C is going to be that little bit lower. Chad opting for the Krieg. Grandpa picking up the UMP, and it looks like they want to go for a push out of this single door, but it was Molotov then smoked off by Borger. They seem to have an inkling that this might be the plan. So they're going to just have to hope that this works out. Pop flash comes through, but Vivian's there to clean up the mess, and Emmy follows up with the second. 4-1, that's the first half done.
Wow. That was definitely a very hectic conclusion to the half there, James. You see the firepower just coming through left, right, and center. The T's trying to push their way through Decon, but the CTs were just too prepared for them in this instance. But now, let's see what Herp C is capable of moving on to the CT side themselves.
Well, Chad and Sexy Grandpa, they combine and they're able to find both kills quite quickly there. Sexy Grandpa finishing off the kills with headshots. So they get their second round on the board in quite a commanding fashion, but now they really need to convert these next couple of rounds and hope that they can get the economy in their favor. Being on CT side as well makes it all that much harder. And of course, Borger only need 2 rounds to take the W on this one. Sexy Grandpa's going to find the first. Can they go for the second? Doesn't look like it. Bibian's got something to say about it with the P250.
Yeah, playing those close engagements definitely is a gamble, but look at that! The timing just proving to be too powerful for Bibian. Chad just trying to fade away, but doesn't get the chance. Borger take the 5th, and that's going to be map point.
That is one of the worst timings I think I've seen all night. Just holding that for so long and then turns away at the last second. And then, before you know it, double tap to the head and you're gone.
Ooh, looks like the T's are going to be trying to push through Decon at the moment. Lots of damage coming through from Grandpa from the ramp. Even more, look at that. Taking down Bibian there. Emmy going to be left on 17 points of health. It's going to be the Scout versus the AK. The AK is going to prevail in this instance. And that is going to be map number 1, going to Borger.
Yeah, just like that, we see them take out the first map in a very convincing fashion, taking that one very seriously and making it work and really showing what they're made of. I'm not shocked by any stretch of the imagination. I can't say I'm surprised, but I definitely am a little bit surprised at Herp C's performance. Maybe not as good as we would have expected from them.
Yeah, they definitely did have some sparks of hope. I really like the rounds that they did take, but you're right. I feel like they definitely had a lot of potential coming through from their victory against the Timberwolves, I believe.
Yeah.
And now going up against Borger, just struggling a little bit, but they weren't completely out of it. They did manage to get those couple of rounds, and I feel like they're going to be able to bring that energy into the next map as well.
Yeah, definitely going to have to find some sort of reserve energy bank. Maybe they've got a portable charger somewhere that they can pick up and take with them, because they definitely want to be able to bring this one back and force us to a game 3. But we're going to have to wait and see what the outcome is of game 2 before we get there, before we even think about it. But I think it's fair to say that Herpsy have a lot of promise, and you know, they are definitely very skilled players. They just didn't work the way that they might have wanted in that scenario. But map 2 is ready to go. Let's see how this one plays out, because I think there's a lot more that Herpsy can show us.
Absolutely. I feel like we haven't seen all of them just yet. I feel like there's still a few mysteries left to be unveiled. So let's see how they do choose to present them to us as we move our way back onto the train.
Yeah, and I think it's fair to say, you know, maybe Nuke's just not their map. Maybe they've just really not played much on it. And so, nevertheless, train being our next destination, they're going to want to start off strong here and you know, win those first three or so rounds. And they've found the first kill, so it's a good start. Bomb should go down, doesn't matter. Sexy Grandpa's going to get that job done. Herpsy, now you definitely want to make sure that you're able to get these next couple of conversions. You want to be able to build up to those AKs as early as possible, because when they did have the AKs in their hand, they look very promising.
Absolutely, and the firepower behind them is just so strong. You want to be able to get your hands on that as early as possible, and they've done that now. Chad's picked up the AK. Grandpa's going to be on the UMP this time. I feel like both of them have their benefits. If Grandpa's able to get the kills, that definitely can add some stacks to their economy. But Chad definitely has that stopping power available to maybe compensate for where the UMP might fall short, but looks like they are just going to be playing around each other, pushing together in this instance, but the CTs opting for a similar strategy here.
Yeah, they definitely are, but... Oh, Emmy. Oh, this is perfect, but no, she whiffs the shots and can't get anything out of it. My sexy grandpa's going to let her know.
It was so close, but so far. The opportunity was there, but it did slip away in the end. But that's okay, because now the CTs are going to be bringing out the firepower of their own. Copying the M4 A4s this time, and they do have a couple of smokes available to them to cut off some points of entry from the Ts, as they do look to seek their way onto the site.
Well, Grandpa's going to take a little bit of heat. Jumping down from the ladder. Does eliminate a bit of health, and Vivian's just going to be able to wide peek both of them and clean up the round, so they finally get on the board. Picks up the AK to boot.
Yeah, being able to take away that firepower definitely adds some spice to the arsenal there. Let's see if they can look to maybe try and steal another one here, because now Herpsy have opted for the double AK setup. A decent amount of utility to boot. Looks like they are going to push out some early flashes as well, perhaps just to bait the A main push. But now they look to split their engagements. Going from different sides of the map definitely can add some potential to divert their attention there.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that on train a few times before, so it definitely can work if you're just able to single out and win the one-on-one, but that's the problem. They're one-on-ones, so if you don't win them, there's no opportunity for a trade, and just like that, it's going to be Sexy Grandpa going down, all on Chad. Can they find the long-range spray down? Not going to happen. Emmy just too strong there with the M4, and finds the double kill for that round.
Yeah, and that is going to even things up. Let's see who can look to steal the lead here, as now we do move towards the last round of the half. The T side is going to be stuck on the Deagles, but they still have some firepower behind them yet. They just need to try and single out those engagements, push through together, see if they can overwhelm the enemy forces. They are taking quite a bit of damage trying to push their way through.
Yeah, those Molotovs working perfectly to keep Chad locked up and away in A main, and already Sexy Grandpa taking a lot of flack. Emmy's going to just keep holding down the left mouse button. And there we go. 3-2 half, looking good for Borga. They've made a bit of a comeback after initial little slip-up.
Yeah, definitely finding their footing after the first couple of rounds. They just hit the ground running. But now we move into the second half. Let's see if we do see a similar narrative, or perhaps we could see Herb C look to push their way all the way to the end.
Well, they were good with the USPs last time around, so we'll see if they can't perfect their shots this time. Now, they'd probably be used to them because of the Ghost from Valorant being so similar, but they've taken a lot of damage. Both players being gushed, but Easy Chad is going to be able to find the first kill of the round. That being said, Bibian needs a couple of feathers to kill these last two players, but isn't able to find it. Sexy Grandpa doing all the work here.
Yeah, and that's definitely a pivotal round for the CT side. They need to secure as many as they can. Getting that early advantage should give them a glimmer of hope to take this second one as well. They are opting for a different approach this time. Bringing out the FAMAS as well as the Scout definitely can look to maintain the distance between these Ts. Oh, that nade could have been good, but the Ts just continue to charge here, James. How's this going to go?
Yeah, I mean, that's really what you have to do when you're stuck on the pistols, is just close down that range advantage that Herpsy are going to have with their rifles. So they did a pretty effective job of that and really cut down Grandpa's movements. Now it's really going to all be up to Chad, but Chad can't get anything done. Emmy, what is that?
Oh my gosh, 2 shots, 2 kills. And that is going to be the round going the way of Borgar. It all happened in a flash. Wow.
That was definitely not how I saw that round going. My God, Emmy just so quick on the trigger, able to find 2 very quick headshots. And finds both kills to boot. So, Borgar back in the lead here. Lead changes back and forth. Can Herpsy counter that? Chad's going to find the first kill onto Emmy with the deagle. Now it's all on Bibian, who's given her position away, but has the sense to just back off and slow down a little bit.
Yeah, that's the best thing you can do at this point. Just try and slow things down, maintain the pace, see if you can close the distance. I believe Grandpa has actually spotted their position though, and has taken one of the AKs away as well. This can spell danger for Bibian if the round does play out into a pincer maneuver for the CTs. Looks like they are going to try and opt for this, but Bibian actually going to creep their way up towards heaven, maybe bait out the CTs in this space. Looks like they have opted against it, however. Do you think they're going to be able to single out one of these CTs?
Yeah, I mean, it's looking like a couple of one-on-ones, but that shot from Grandpa is going to distract Bibian just long enough. 20 seconds remaining. That allows Chad to come on through from behind from Connector. And now the shots are coming from both angles. Bibian caught between a rock and a hard place here. A little bit of a pinch maneuver. 10 seconds remaining. Bibian needs to get this bomb down or go for the kills. The spray comes through, and there we have it. Sexy Grandpa is going to level out the scoreline. 4 rounds apiece, and they're able to pick up 2 AKs.
Yeah, that was so close for them getting the plant. I feel like that plant definitely could have spelled a few more weapons for them in this round, but they do opt to force it up, bringing out the Galil and the Deagle. But 2 AKs being taken by the CTs definitely could suffer some very dire consequences for the Ts, but doesn't seem to matter though, because they've just pushed straight through fire, and they managed to take one of the players with them.
Yeah, great start to the round for Borgar. This is definitely more of what I expect to see, but no, Chad screws up the spray at E-Box a little bit, but doesn't take too much damage, about 44 points. So it's definitely doable, but only 10 bullets remaining, and here comes the flank from Bibian. Potentially no, she decides against it, just going to chill in Olaf for now.
They're just maintaining their distance for the moment. What a great smoke from Chad. Just cutting off that one angle. Knows that they could be pushing through the other. Trying to bait out the defuse. Look at all the damage coming through from Bibian though. A stray shot through the smoke. Gonna do some great work. Some more coming through. The time's ticking away though. Oh, this is gonna be so close, James. No! Oh, they don't get it! Borgar secure the round against all odds. Oh my gosh, what a round.
Bibian just playing that perfectly, toying with Chad there and not allowing him to stick onto the defuse, and there we go. Just by the skinniest of margins, they're going to be able to take that one out. And I'm not sure if these Herpsy players remember that the mechanics for defusing are very different here in Counter-Strike. You don't get that halfway mark like you do in Valorant, so you have to go through the whole 5-second operation again. And Easy Chad is going to open things up onto Bibian. They close it out onto Grandpa. Oh, sorry, Grandpa closes it out onto Emmy. We're going to the final round, round 11.
This one has gone all the way down to the ringer. Herp C, they want to take this to map 3, James. And I feel like it definitely is possible. The T-side, they're only stuck on Deagles, so the weapon advantage is there. But if they do get singled out in those close angles, then maybe miracles could be possible.
Yeah, well, a fantastic smoke there. It's just going to cut that vision off if they were going to hold it from aim from Ivy or potentially from stop sign. Sexy Grandpa is going to be cautious here of Ivy and does find the kill. It's all onto Emmy to win it in 2 maps. Can she do it? 1 versus 2. A Deagle in hand will need some of the sweetest 1Ds of her life, but can't get it done. There we go. Easy Chad follows up, and that's going to be sending us to our first map 3 of the night. And a chance to be in the grand final is still up for grabs.
This series has been absolutely phenomenal, James. So many close encounters, back and forward. The pendulum continues to swing, and I can't wait to see what's going to happen on map number 3.
Yeah, I mean, first map and second map were complete contrast. One was a blowout. The other one as close as it can literally get, going to the last round of the map. So I don't know what to expect once we get to Overpass next, because it's really going to be a toss-up for me. 50-50, flip a coin, heads or tails sort of situation.
Yeah, I really can't call the winner as well, because these teams are so evenly matched, and like, even if it looks like one of them may have an advantage, the other one could just steal it away just as quickly.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, Borga were able to take full advantage of CT side or Nuke, and were able to win that one quite comfortably, and didn't really let Herpsey have any sort of footing into it. Meanwhile, second map, it just goes back and forth the whole way through. Borga were able to win the first half, but just narrowly miss out on the second half of proceedings here. So it's really hard to say where we go from here. Is there anything specific that we can really point out for either of these teams?
I feel like both teams are doing a great job at playing around each other. They're playing those dual engagements. You really need to do that if you want to push your way forward. And that's why we've seen just how close it's actually gone on both of these maps. The second one more so. I feel like the Herp C players definitely feeling a bit more fired up. That first map, it was just a warm-up. Now they're ready. They're into the action. And we're on map 3.
Yeah, and I mean, it's fair to say both of these teams want to be in that grand final from the upper bracket. You do get a 1-map advantage in the series, so that's a huge advantage going into the grand final. But on top of that, you know, Borgo, they want to make sure that they're in that grand final. They don't want to leave it up to chance and, you know, potentially find themselves in the lower bracket as they did the first time around. The first set of proceedings, they were in the lower bracket. So, you know, this time around, they want to make sure they stay up there. They go the whole way through. Meanwhile, Herp C, they were knocked to the lower bracket last time around, and that was a situation where they just weren't able to beat out Timberwolves. This time, they've managed to overcome Timberwolves, and they've made it to the upper bracket final. This is really their game to lose.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, if they do lose it out here, then they could actually face Timberwolves again, depending on how things do go in the lower bracket. But it looks like we are going to be swinging our way into the action now, James, and we're going to be on Overpass.
Yeah, Overpass, here we come. And you're exactly right. Depending on how the rest of the action in the lower bracket goes down, we could potentially see Herp C versus Timberwolves for a third time in a matter of 2 weeks. But let's not get too distracted here. Borga, Herp C. And this time around, Borga's going to be on the CT side to start things off, playing from Graffiti and Water.
Yeah, just holding their positions for the moment. Looks like Grandpa's opted to get the utility as well as the P250 there. Chad going to spot one, playing out towards that Graffiti position. Emmy just going to be holding patiently towards Water. Just waiting. Does hear the steps of Chad there, but isn't going to push their way into them. Not going to fall for that trap that seems to be set by the T's there. Just using those sound cues to their advantage. Emmy, though, does find a better position. Trying to go for some shots here, James.
Yeah, just firing a couple of warning shots over the nose, but it actually comes back to bite her. As Sexy Grandpa's going to come through for the first kill of the game. Bibian sort of stuck in water right now, and you can imagine Herp C, they're just going to try and overwhelm her. They do that. And there we go. First round on the board for the terrorists.
Yeah, just using power in numbers there. Overwhelming in numbers indeed. But now it looks like the Mac attack is going to be coming back to play, as the T's have opted to pick those up, as well as a bit of utility here. Looks like the CTs, however, just going to go for the P250s in this instance. Try and go for those close engagements. See if they can find those picks. Looks like the utility is going to come out from the T's now, though.
Yeah, well, Mac attack all underway. Operation complete. The sexy grandpa just flies on through with both kills. Solid round there, but now Borgo are going to be able to opt for some M4s. So, yes, no utility really to speak of apart from one smoke. Only half armor on Bibian, but definitely if they're able to find some some longer range engagements like down through Monster or something, those weapons will be a lot more advantageous. But looks like potentially Herpsy are going to go for this boost once again. And if caught unawares, this could work perfectly. Oh, just missing the shots, whiffing it a little bit. Can't make it work. And Emmy is going to be able to find the first kill. Chad will follow it up onto Bibian, who goes for the push on short, down to just 11 HP. But with M4 in hand, this is definitely still doable for him.
Has an idea that they might still be playing towards the toxic barrels, but they're not going to be aware of the flank in this instance. Just holding steady, trying to carefully clear out these angles, but Emmy getting so much closer towards that T's position. The T doesn't actually know exactly where they're going to be playing from. May have an idea that they have gone for a little ring around the rosy there. Oh no, that sound cue is going to be huge information. Emmy actually thinks it's from short though.
Yeah.
This could bite them.
Emmy's really been caught unawares there. And I think Chad now has cleared out literally everywhere on the map. Knows exactly where Emmy must be. Gets that bomb down safely behind the pillar. And is going to be able to peek out and finds the kill. Amazing round there from Chad.
Wow. On such low health and manages to use the element of stealth to get an abundance of wealth there. Lots of great things happening for the Herp Seaside, as they do take the third round.
Yeah, maybe this is their turn to go for a bit of a one-sided affair. Borga got the first map, they got Nuke. Now it's FC's chance on Overpass. They're just going to push on out from Monster here. Deagle and Famas to go up against. And both of the players here have gone for that short push. So this could work out perfectly. Emmy's going to find that. That draws the attention away from Chad, who's now so worried about the flank from Emmy that this is going to allow Bibian to come on through, find the one dig, and recover some weaponry.
Yeah, definitely great to be able to recover the AK as well as the M4A4 coming into the last round of the half. You really want as much firepower as you possibly can bring, and they definitely have done a great job at retrieving those weapons. Full kits, full utility coming out. The T's going to be following up with a little bit of the same.
Well, this is something I don't think we've really seen at all, and that's a play coming in from Connector. But it's not a bad idea considering the fact that they have pushed short a couple of times. So doesn't really come to any level of fruition this time around, but nevertheless, not a bad idea.
Yeah, any idea can indeed be a good idea. Looks like they are going for the boost play again, just trying to bait things out, see if the player's going to be towards the toxic barrels. Emmy not going to be placed there this time. Bibian just going to hold patiently towards water, just waiting to see if any of the T's are going to get eager. And now they're creeping their way forward, James, but Grandpa's actually been taken out there. Bibian chiming in as well onto Chad, and that is going to be a 2-3 half.
Yeah, I'm getting a couple of flashbacks to the second map now, because after some dominant opening rounds here from the T's of Herp C, Borga, they've been able to come back with a couple of their own. So things are looking a little bit on the up and up. But again, we go to the CT side for Herp C. They've been very good with the USPs both times around. They've won both of their CT pistol rounds. Can they do it again?
Well, let's see if the trend will continue. Grandpa might have actually spotted out Bibian's head there. So that's some good information gained for the CTs. They know one of them's going to be placed towards short. They should have an idea that the other one might be pushing through towards Monster, but there we go. Chad able to get the first one onto Bibian there. Now just going to fall back, see if they can play around their teammate. Grenade coming through. Grandpa takes a lot of damage for throwing it though, but Emmy taking some in return there, James. Do you think Emmy's going to be able to creep up and maybe take one of them out here?
Yeah, I mean, definitely got a shout on my sexy grandpa and flicks across straight away. Finds a couple of bullets onto Chad, but once again, Chad comes up clutch in the pistol round and finds the headshot to seal the deal. 4-2 now. Herpsy are looking very confident, but they really want to get to at least 5 rounds with this next one here. They don't want to allow Borga to reset their economy so early on.
Yeah, you want to make sure that you can pull ahead as much as you possibly can. Looks like Borga is just going to wait things out, try and stabilize their economy, and then go for the reverse sweep coming through towards the next round. But there's still potential for them in this one. They are trying to go for those jiggle engagements, getting a little bit of damage out onto Chad. Unfortunately, Chad dealing out double the damage. Has chipped both players to quite low health. Grandpa chiming in as well, and both players do secure the kills there and the 5th round.
Yeah, I mean, I can imagine that they were feeling their luck a little bit on that P250 buy, as last time around on Train we saw Bibian come out with an incredible double headshot round to find that eco, and so I don't think Herpsy really wanted to mess that one up again, and they don't. They're able to stay alive in it. Now they've got some rounds to play with. They're on series point for the grand final position. They need to find something. They need something out of this bonus round, but right now it's only been a matter of a few points of HP off Emmy. Chad, 1 versus 2 once again.
Yeah, things not ideal, but this actually has turned into quite a good situation because Chad's managed to flank behind them. Look how close they're playing to each other. Oh no, James, this is such a disaster. The shots come through. There we have it. That is going to be it, everybody. They take the map away. Herpsy, they push through to the grand final.
There we go. I mean, I don't know if you were expecting that. I for sure wasn't. The flank was absolutely pristine, and Chad coming up clutch in so many occasions on that overpass map there, and they're going to be able to take that one out in quite dominant fashion. So yeah, we saw dominant map coming out of the girls of Borga. We saw a very, very tight map in the middle, and then a dominant map for the guys at Herp C. So incredible series all round. That does mean, of course, as you say, Herp C, they're continuing on in the grand final. Now though, Borga, they've got a challenge to face in the lower bracket. What do you have? Any wise words of wisdom to give them as they progress in that lower bracket?
I feel like they just need to chime into their inner key, think about their inner Borga, and bring it out strong.
Well, that we'll have to wait and see what happens with it. They're going to be waiting in the lower bracket final while the rest of the lower bracket gets underway. We're going to bring you some of that action in just a moment. Don't go anywhere.
I love your work, son!
Hello everybody and welcome back to Firefights. Finally we are back live out of the Anywhere in here at Fortress Melbourne.
Early pick to come out from Teehee there. Just spot the second. Trying to go for that engagement. They've put fire into the fray.
Whoa, whoa. See that guy right there? Looks like he's hit rock bottom. Well, that guy's actually me. Now, I bet you're wondering how I got in this wacky situation. It all started in the summer of '86.
I'm going to play it a bit further back.
Oh, he might get it.
Oh, that was so close as well. Count for your options, but now the options are open as they move their way onto the CT side, and they get a nice little headshot to start it off. Emmy, oh my gosh, that double kill, insane. Looks like one of them is actually playing ever so close to them though.
Yeah, that's going to be Baron up in apartments, and Baron will have heard this. Oh, Baron, I love your work, son! Baron with the double knife kill.
The Space Nut is going to be playing from Decon. They're just trying to creep their way forward, slowly moving. Oh, dancing with the devil there. This is getting too close for comfort. I'm feeling so uncomfortable just watching this play out.
25 seconds remaining and Space Nut still needs to go and get the bomb, but there we go. Emmy flies on through.
But in the meantime, Emmy once again opens us up really nicely.
Maker will find one. Runs out of bullets to go for the second one, but finds it as well. Are they going to be able to pull it off this time around? Lots of utility comes on through. Phone Killer finds the first. Now Johnny Drama's going to know what's happening and sprays down both. Picks up the DAC as well. Timberwolves 6-0.
Well, we are right back into the action here tonight, ladies and gentlemen. No messing about. Of course, this is Firefights coming to you live from the Alienware Arena here at Fortress Melbourne, the home for all gamers. I'm Millboss, that's Matsy, and we are getting into the lower bracket to see how everything shapes up before we rejoin into that grand final where Herp C are waiting. And we just had an incredible upper bracket final. How do you think it's going to go for the rest of the night? I mean, Borga desperately will want to be those three-peat champions, the 3 times the hat trick, but right now they're in the lower bracket.
Yeah, facing some difficulty there, and that series was ever so close, but Herp C did manage to prevail in the end. But now we are going to take a look at the brackets and see exactly what's in store for us. It looks like Criminals is actually going to come through against Mavericks. Mavericks were able to prevail against the Simps, taking them out of the competition for the night. But it looks like we are going to see Timberwolves actually facing off against the winner of Hamburger and Apex HP as well. And then following to that, we will see one of those teams actually push through to face up against Borga in the lower semi-finals.
Yeah, well, Borga are actually in the lower finals, not the lower semi-finals. Just a bit of a mix-up on the bracket on your screen. But nevertheless, of course, we have Criminals and Mavericks coming up next. That's what we're going to be following along with. Of course, winner of that will play up against the winner of Timberwolves and whoever their opponent is. And then that winner will follow up against Borga to see who gets back into the grand final. But I think it's fair to say things are really coming to fruition here, and we're seeing some incredible, some incredible matches as we get further along in the competition. I'm very interested to see if Timberwolves are able to get their redemption shot at Borga and potentially fight their way back into that grand final to get yet another redemption up against Herp C. That would be a storyline to talk about for a couple of weeks.
Oh, definitely do love a good narrative, James, and I am keen to see if that one will prove true tonight as we do swing our way into the lower bracket to see exactly which team is going to claw their way forward, push their way to the top of Mount Everest to try and get their way towards the grand final.
Yeah, I mean, with Mavericks playing, we saw them up against Outback. They were very solid there. Then we didn't get to see them up against the Simps, but, you know, it says 2-0 in the scoreline, so I can only imagine they had a similar sort of fate in that scenario. So can they continue their run up against the Criminals here? We haven't seen the Criminals yet tonight, but we remember the names. Dolphin and Limbo are going to be the teams, and MVP, the grenade there just doesn't work out. Limbo's going to be able to find the first kill. MVP does trade it out, but Dolphin will get the second back. So potentially they're a bit of a mix-up with that HE grenade.
Yeah, HE grenade doing a lot of damage there, just making things go a little bit higgledy-piggledy there. But we do actually see the Criminals come out on top, taking away the first round. But it looks like Mavericks have actually opted to force it out, bringing out the Deagle and the MAC-10 here.
Well, Sloan City seems to be the race-winning objective here, and a couple of shots of damage into MVB, but not too much as it was coming from a pea shooter. But now, Vincent getting tagged up as well. Dolphin on the side there is going to be able to find the first. Will get traded out, but now it's all on Limbo.
Yeah, Limbo just holding steady for the moment, just playing around the scaffolding towards the back of the site. Does have the life preserver available, maybe to use as some cover, but like Vincent, he's going to spot them there through the control room. Does take a little bit of damage for their troubles. Now going to be down to 37 points of health. Definitely has to play this one smart to be able to pull through, but Limbo is able to hit the shots in the end there and does secure the second round for the Criminals.
Well, Criminals, very good start here, and, you know, unsurprising on Nuke. It is that CT-sided map that we've talked about. And this time around, it should be a bonus round here for the Criminals. No investment really to speak of as the Mavericks bar this P250 that MVB has, so I can imagine this should be a very quick and easy, clean-cut 3 rounds for Criminals. Dolphins actually decided to take the silencer off the M4. It's always interesting. It sometimes feels like it doesn't perform as well, but realistically there isn't any statistical change on the weapon. But for some reason, the unsilenced version just doesn't hit quite the same.
Yeah, it just doesn't feel the same way. Looks like they are just going to try and make good use of it, though. Limbo's able to take away NVB there. That's going to be one and done. But now the second rolls into place as the Criminals secure the 3rd round.
Well, here we go. First real gun round coming on through. And can Mavericks mount a bit of a comeback?
Definitely is a lot of potential behind it, considering how much utility they've opted to bring into this one. That definitely gives them a strong ability to push their way onto the site. So let's see if they can maintain some stability as they do hold their way steady at the moment, just really biding their time.
Molotov just gets diverted there off the railing, and Dolphin walks straight in the line of fire of MVB. Limbo tries to get the trade on through, gets some very good damage into MVB, follows it up with the kill onto Vincent. So now it's going to require probably just a one-tap headshot here from MVB, but the pre-fire comes on through. Limbo's going to close out the round 1 versus 2, and that's 4-0 lead here for the Criminals.
Yeah, definitely a very strong showing coming through from both sides there. Mavericks looking like they did want to try and take that round, but the Criminals managed to pull through in the end, launching the counter-attack, connecting the dots. And now it's going to be the last round of the half. T's trying to muster up whatever they can. They just force their way through, and they've taken out Limbo. Now it's a 1 versus 2 here. It's all down to Dolphin. No more utility available. Do you think that the Mavericks might be able to overwhelm through sheer numbers here, James?
Yeah, it's really looking like their best opportunity to get around on the board. And they want to take it if they can, but they're slowing it down, just trying to confuse Dolphin a little bit. But Dolphin will have heard that flashbang coming out from the single door now. That being said, Vincent does rotate around as well. This is really good from them. They don't enact on it straight away. They keep Dolphin guessing, and there we go. MVB is going to find the headshot. 4 rounds to 1 in the first half here.
Yeah, and that's a great way to end it out. At least getting 1 on the board, so it's a little bit easier pushing their way forward. And now, let's see if they can look to secure this pistol round as well, because this is going to be really crucial for them coming into this next half, James.
Yeah, definitely one of the most crucial rounds we've seen so far, I'd say. If you want to make the comeback happen, you need to make the first pistol round happen. And they've found the first kill, but will be traded out by Limbo. MVB needs to follow up and find the second kill of the round. Does so indeed. 2-4 round count. And there we go. This is their chance to really start to mount something here.
Yeah, he's going to plant the seeds of hope in their minds. Let's hope that they can push their way forward, secure a few more rounds, close that gap, and see which side will be able to pull forward, coming towards the later stages of map number 1.
It's a bit of pre-firing coming out from MVB here. And Vincent as well, blind firing through single door. They know someone's near there, but that does obviously give their position away as well. That, you know, the Criminals now know that someone's up on the scaffolding, on the railing up there, so gonna have to be careful of that. MVB though, some clean shots onto Limbo from range, so it's all on Dolphin now.
Just having a bit of fun with the doors there, you know, just making them squeak, making them know that, hey guys, we're here. Looks like Dolphin is going to try and find the shot. The other player is able to pounce through, though, in their blind spot. And thus, the third round goes the way of the Mavericks.
I think that's the CSGO equivalent of knocking on a door, is you just spam E on it so it opens and closes very quickly. Just be like, hi guys, can you let me in? I'd like to come and plant a bomb here, if that's okay with you.
Not going to happen this time, though. Hello, is anyone home? Looks like they definitely are home. But now, the criminals trying to sneak their way onto the site, but they're certainly aware that the sheriff is going to be in town. As the Mavericks do look to just hold the scaffolding and ramp positions. No one's going to be playing towards control rooms, who swing through, spotting the second one through the double doors. And that is going to even things up 4 apiece now.
And they're able to recover these 2 AKs as well. That's crucial for them, as the weaponry is going to be in favor, the utility is going to be in their favor. And Criminal, their economy is in the bins right now. They're going to be forced to just pick up some pistols. Tech 9s are the solution they've opted for, but it looks like an almost certain map point here for Mavericks.
Yeah, they definitely have that weapon advantage, and now putting the fire in the path of the T's. Well, he does give them the crucial damage they need, but Vincent actually gets a little bit too close and now has opened things up. Criminals now down to a 1v1 situation. The distance game gonna play true though. Mavericks, the AK, so powerful, pulls through.
Well, Criminals are going to be able to buy into this one quite comfortably. They've got $5,500 each by the looks of things, and that's going to actually cause them to pull out an AWP, which we haven't seen tonight at all, I don't think. It's an interesting choice considering that we're only on the B bomb side here on Nuke. And you are on the attacking side. I can understand setting someone up in ramp maybe to hold the line with the AWP, but no, they're going to give it their best with the weapon. Flashbang comes out, a couple of warning shots are fired. Nothing substantial though.
Yeah, just opting for the glass cannon here. No armor going to be on Limbo. So it is all going to come down to whether they can connect that shot. CT's playing a very decent crossfire here, just holding steady, waiting to see if the T's are going to push through one position or the other. They're very prepared for any kind of push that could come out to bite them here. Looks like they are just going to opt to push some utility out as well. Limbo just holding steady, waiting for their teammate to distract them. Now MVP does take out Dolphin. Limbo going to go down as well. And Mavericks, they secure map number 1.
Yeah, they're able to make the comeback happen after a 4-0 start for the Criminals. Mavericks, they come back in real fashion there, and they're able to win that one out in the second half. The comeback kings potentially here. We'll see if they don't continue that trend, but Criminals look so good to start off with. Mavericks, what was really the turning point for their comeback?
Yeah, I feel like something just snapped in them, James. You saw that something really just triggered in them. It was kill switch engaged, and they just kept charging forward like bulls, seeing red.
Yeah, it's funny because Bulls apparently can't even see red, but yeah, there you go. Mavericks able to win that one back in that comeback, and I'm excited to see the second map now. I'm again sort of dumbfounded. I don't know which way this is going to go. If it's going to be a one-sided affair like that looked like it might have been, or if it's going to be another one of these close maps.
Yeah, I feel like every game going forward from here is going to be close, James. It is going to be everybody, everything on the line. And let's see exactly what these teams are going to be able to do.
Yeah, well, we've got map 2 just about ready to go. It's going to be a good one, no less. And of course, on the other side of the bracket, we have to consider that Timberwolves are going to be playing up against Hamburger in their losers quarterfinal. So they were able to take out Apex HP in their last map, the Hamburger squad. They're going to be wanting to get back into that grand final and play their teammates of Herb C, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, definitely keen to play against your mates again. That's what it's all about. So let's see if they do look to reunite like they did last week. Or perhaps the bracket may not favour them and they may just stray away for the moment. But now we are going to be on train again. Looking at map number 2, Dolphin actually opening things up there. A nice early kill onto NVB. Now their teammate trying to join in on the action. Vincent chucking out a grenade, doing a little bit of damage to Limbo. Nothing too significant though, and there's Dolphin. Does secure the second kill, and that's going to be the first on the board for the Criminals.
I mean, they're definitely going to be a little bit upset about choking that first map, so they're going to want to come out in force in this one and not give Mavericks the space to make that kind of a comeback once again. So finding the pistol round is important, but they definitely want to get these next couple and win the half at least.
Yeah, trying to stack up as many rounds as you can early on definitely does give you that advantage, giving you a sense of comfort. But the T's actually opting for the slow and steady approach here. Not going to come up Ivy like a speed demon. Just going to hold their ground, but here we go. There's the speed that we were talking about, but Limbo is able to tear through both of them there. Some nice connected shots with the MP9 as we do now move our way to round number 3.
Yeah, unsurprising follow-up round there, and the MP9 does the job. Heaps of money in the bank, and Limbo's going to be able to upgrade to an M4 now.
Yeah, the M4 definitely a powerful weapon. Looks like the AKs are going to come through on the other side of things, however. I do have a couple of flashes to boot. One shot actually connected to Limbo there, so we'll at least force them back for the moment. But if the T's get too close, then Limbo actually has a unique weapon here. They've got the Zeus. Here it is.
I mean, we've seen some pretty crazy Zeus plays already in the last couple of weeks. Last few weeks of Firefights, so maybe Limbo's going to pull something out of the bag, hopefully, for our sake, they do. Got to say, you can't go wrong with the Zeus play if you want to get the Shark or the Jester award.
Yeah, it definitely is a good shout, but let's see how they do choose to use it here. They do have Dolphin actually positioned on the bomb train there. Some shots going through. Dolphin exposing themselves. Does get caught by NVB. Now Limbo trying to play the distance game at the back of the tunnel. Tries to find one. NVB gets the job done though. And that's going to be the first round coming through for the Mavericks.
I mean, MVP is definitely the superstar fragger of this Mavericks roster. Finds both kills there. That's going to clean things up, but yeah, just had a very solid performance in the first map, so I can't be surprised, or wouldn't be surprised if we see a similar sort of follow-up in map 2. Good performance out of them, but you know, obviously CSGO is a team game, and so you can't really just rely on one player. And that shows in rounds like this. You're going up against just pistols, but it's looking like it might go Criminal's way.
That was so smart by Limbo there. They just used the sound cue from the ladder to bait out Vincent. Make them think that it could be death from above. But that's not going to be the case this time. But in saying that, Vincent's actually opted to go for a different approach now. Pushing their way towards Pop Dog. This could catch Limbo by surprise because they're still thinking it could be an A main. Oh no! The timing there, James. It's always the timing.
Yeah, the timing comes out as it always does, and this time around, Limbo just not able to secure the round. What looked like it could have been almost a certain round, just didn't consider the fact that Vincent might come from behind. So there you have it, all tied up 2-2. You know, Vincent will definitely want to share a piece of the proverbial pie as when it comes to the killing statistics. So calculated 13 kills for MVB in the first map, so Vincent's going to want to stake a claim on some of those kills this time around.
Yeah, definitely can look to take some of the kills there, but it looks like in this round, the T's are just holding steady now. They look to go for the charge, though. Both players taking such a significant amount of damage so early on, but now time is going to be ticking away. Vincent going to try and go for the flank approach. Does have a smoke in their way for the moment, but still can clear out some angles. Look to push their way towards the other tunnel. And might actually be able to get a flank on here. If they do push their way forward quick enough, maybe this could be what turns the round in their favor, James.
Yeah, I mean, right now, MVB is just using what utility they had to keep all eyes focused on A main, and that's allowed Vincent now to come from behind. Hopefully, Peaks right, is able to find the AWP player straight away, goes for the bomb plant, and again, because of MVB's pressure, Limbo's just so worried about coming from A main, but peeks around and finds both kills to win that 1 versus 2, and goes for the 10-second defuse here, and should be able to recover that AWP.
Wow, that timing was impeccable. The peak coming through from Mavericks there just led to their demise. Criminals took advantage of that. Limbo just got those shots and manages to take the round in the end. A 3-2 half.
Yeah, you would have liked to see MVB maybe toy with Limbo a little bit more than they did and try and catch them off guard and allow Vincent to escape to connector, but it just wasn't to be, so we move. Criminals 3-2 up now. And second half time. Here we go. Aggression from Criminals there. Just going to run straight up Olaf, straight into hell. Keep on going towards Ivy. Might even find this first kill onto the bomb site. They do indeed. Limbo finding that one. It's all on Vincent. Can't get anything done. And Criminals now win the first, well, win both pistol rounds here on this half.
Yeah, Criminals definitely looking like the gunslingers there with their pistols. And the pistol rounds are so pivotal because if you win that, then the second round is much more easier to obtain because of the monetary advantage you gain. But it looks like they are opting for the Mac attack, and the Mavericks have opted for a little bit of a force here.
Yeah, they've opted to pull out some weaponry, and that being said, Vincent will find the first kill with the 5-7. Limbo 1 versus 1 now. And Vincent, quite rightly, I'd say here, is going to rotate around. But that being said, Limbo might have heard that sound cue of Vincent jumping down, so needs to be concerned about someone coming from Old Bomb.
Not going to hold that angle as yet. Does opt to at least go for the plant now. He's thinking about the right position, but he isn't going to be holding it just yet. Vincent creeping forward. Doesn't know where Limbo's going to be playing. Wow, the timing. Limbo pushes through, and that's going to be the round for the Criminals, James. Oh my gosh. It's all about the timing. So often.
Limbo just getting so lucky there with deciding to change their placement of where they were planting the bomb in that particular situation. They were sort of right. If someone did come from Old Bomb, that would have been right in the line of fire. And then Vincent starts to walk up slowly, and then you think, oh, they're about to peek on that right-hand side of the Old Bomb site. They don't. And then they're able to get away with the bomb plant, and Limbo repositions. So really everything coming down to the wrong timing, and Vincent too concerned with someone being stuck in the corner over at stop sign. They go for the double drop here into SL, and I don't think either of these players have heard it. They're too far away. No, maybe they've heard some... yeah, they've heard some footsteps now. That flashbang is brilliant, though, from Dolphin.
Yeah, and that allows them to get the plant there. Now Dolphin just going to be holding steady for the moment. Oh, doesn't get the bullets off, though. Does actually run out in that instance. But now Limbo picks up one, but the second's able to get it done. The 5-7 with the headshot does actually allow Mavericks to secure the round. Well played by NVB there.
Yeah, fantastic trade, fantastic movement and rotation here from MVB. Working with every skill that they've got, and they get the job done. Still map point here for Criminals, but Mavericks, they've got a chance to make a bit of a comeback right now. They have to invest quite heavily into this one, though, because, of course, Criminals, they're still going to have enough money to invest more or less fully. They've opted, or rather, Dolphins opted to not pick up more utility, which is an interesting choice. But we'll see if it pays off in the long term in terms of the economy. Maybe just a little bit cautious about if they do lose this round, you know, the economy's going to be reset, and they're going to have to think about saving a bit. So maybe that extra grand there could help by some AK-47's first kill goes through. That's Dolphin out of action. Limbo 1 versus 2 up against an AK and an M4. And now the CTs, they can realistically just sit on the bomb.
Yeah, they've got it secured in quarantine there. They just need to hold steady, don't need to peek. Vincent taking quite a bit of damage. Their teammate at least now putting some flashes through to support them. But the CTs, they don't want to hold the bomb. They just want to go a-hunting. And look at the consequences. Limbo now taking it down to a 1v1. NVB going to be on the bomb train. Are they going to be able to bring the fade here? There we go. NVB gets it done. Mavericks take the round. Only one the difference.
Mavericks really pushing for a second comeback in a row. Can they make it work? Can they be the heroes of their own destiny? As we get ever so closer to the end of this map, Criminals are in a very poor economical situation. The Molotov does a decent bit of damage. Flashbang's coming on through, but they are going to be able to rush on to find the first kill onto Dolphin. All on MVP, 1 versus 2. The spray comes through, but there we go. Limbo with a stray bullet from the Tech-9 gets the job done, and we're going to a map 3.
And here we go again, James. What a map that was indeed. Limbo and Co. just so keen to push it all the way. They want to stay in this one. They want to push all the way to the top. And what a way to do it.
I mean, the Tech-9 Rush B, this happened to be the A side, but that doesn't matter. It's a tale as old as time in the Counter-Strike universe. So seeing that be the way that they end this one out is no more typical or topical of Counter-Strike itself. But what a finish. And you know, rushing in like that with the Tech-9s is exactly what you have to do with a weapon like that. You just want to get in their faces, find those headshots. And you know, lately with a couple of the adjustments to the Tech-9, it has become a headshot machine.
Yeah, it is looking a bit like the Tech-9 of old, and I'm really glad that we are moving back towards that place. It does have a special place in my heart, but we'll see if we do see a bit more of that coming into the next games tonight, because I like that we have seen it thus far.
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the things that we talked about with Mavericks when we last saw them against Outback. They were just full of confidence. This time around, we didn't really see that as much. I think it's fair to say that the Criminals had a little bit more of that confidence side of things, but Mavericks almost managing to make the comeback happen for a second map in a row. Do they have what it takes to push that out a third time in a row?
Yeah, we will have to see how the stamina of both teams is doing coming out of that game, because obviously going all the way to the map 3 can take a lot of energy out of you, because it is a lot more of a painful experience, but the reward is that much more thrilling for them if they do manage to pull through there. But what do you think we're going to be?
It's hard to really pinpoint right now, but I'd have to say just in general across both of those maps, Criminals have looked that slight bit better. So I really would tip them to take this one out. But you can't deny what Mavericks have been able to do. They've been able to come back properly in one map and almost made it happen this time around. Should have made it happen, but you know, unfortunately just didn't work out for them. That AK spray at the end just wasn't good enough. The rushing in with a FAMAS into such close quarters when you know they're going to be on an eco, you should know. You should expect them to be on that eco round. It was probably a bit of a mistake, but nevertheless, I can't count them out, but I'd have to say my money's going to be on the Criminals.
Yeah, they definitely did look to have a spark of life coming out of that last map, and I definitely would have to agree with you there. If they can continue to maintain that momentum, push their way forward, then I feel like they definitely do have the power to push it out. But don't make Mavericks fall short yet. They definitely have the power to.
Well, let's see how this one goes down. Once again, it's going to be the Criminals on the CT side kicking us off. Mavericks on T side. And I think it's really been a tale of the two hard carries. MVB and Limbo have been really doing all the work for their squads. You finally kill onto one of them, and it makes the rounds that much easier.
Yeah, things looking good so far. Trying to push out some artillery. Looks like the utility going to do some great work, though. Mavericks just charging at the moment. They do get a lot of damage onto the CTs, but the CTs, they pull things back. They prevail through sheer willpower and take the first round.
Yeah, somehow Limbo stays alive there with 7 HP, and MVB's running into the site with his Glock on burst fire. Just something I don't think I've seen so far in Firefights. So, an interesting strategy there. Didn't really pay off.
Let's see how they do look to approach this next one. Obviously opting for the P250 and just saving out on the Glock this time around. Just waiting things out. Trying to see if any of the CTs are going to go for the close approach. But the only one realistically close is going to be Dolphin. And they do take out the first one. Almost taking out NVB as well. And they do manage to do it in the end there. Securing the second is the Criminals.
Yeah, really nice couple of shots there from Dolphin. It's going to close out round 2 with a 2K. And there's that familiar techno music from the T-spawn of Overpass. As they start to make their way towards the site once again, and a lot of utility usage coming out of the criminals, putting smokes and molotovs everywhere, cutting off all angles, but they've left themselves with nothing else.
Ooh, that could have been a disaster. Lots of damage actually done through the wood there. CT's going to opt for the boost. Now they know that the T's aren't going to be playing towards short, so should be aware that they are going to come from Monster in this instance. They do look to space themselves out adequately, trying to set up somewhat of a crossfire, but the fire going to come through to try and cut them off in turn.
Yeah, smoke is good though, and that does allow some entry onto the site. Limbo will fall straight away, but I don't think they know where Dolphin is, so this could be a very sneaky play that could come on through, and they find the first. MVP goes down, and there we go, the follow-up onto Vincent. And as soon as I said Limbo was the hard carry, Dolphin said, Milboss, shut up, this is my turn.
Yeah, the Dolphin is going to be flipping through the water there, just having a wonderful day. Very happy to see that indeed, but it looks like now the weapons will come through for the T's as they do pick up an AK here, opting to push it out on both of them, but at the cost of utility. Do you think that could come back to bite them, James?
Yeah, it definitely could if they're not able to secure around here, because that's really what they need. Economy's going to be absolutely shot in the next round. And that would basically set them up for the criminals winning yet another flawless half, or a flawless half. Dolphin's going to open things up onto MVP, again finding that crucial kill. Vincent coming from short, and the criminals have a fair idea this is the case. Dolphin takes a lot of damage there, and little to none in return to Vincent. Just the 2 HP has been shaved off.
Yeah, 2 HP and a dream so far, but regardless, they do actually manage to retreat from the battlefield, at least temporarily. Dolphin going to be found first, but at least they know Vincent's trying to creep their way at least a little bit further forward. Maybe Vincent could even opt for the save in this regard and try and bring it out into the last round, but looks like they are going to charge forward, spot one out towards Graffiti. Now there's just the second one to find. Flashbang comes through, Dolphin tries to go for the engagement, gets some shots off, but does meet their demise in the end. Now it's going to be a 1 versus 1 here. Ooh, that incendiary grenade doing a lot of work, taking Vincent down to 15, and they're cooked alive. Criminals, they take the round.
Yeah, Limbo plays that one perfectly. Saw that the clock was running down. There was about 18 seconds remaining and thinks, you know what, they're going to have to go for that bomb plant, get the Molotov down, and then there was nothing Vincent could have done about it. You wait out that molly, you can't get the bomb down. He had to go for the kill, couldn't find it. And Criminals looking really good into this one. The economy is horrible for Mavericks. They've been able to scrape together a glass cannon, so to speak, on the AK, and a full armor scout buy for MVP, but both players down so low. This is looking like a very dominant 5-round win half coming out of the Criminals.
Yeah, definitely looking that way thus far. The HP on both of the Mavericks, not so great for the moment, but they still do have their lives available to play with. So let's see if they can opt for a pincer maneuver here, perhaps bait out that player towards Toxic in Limbo, as they are looking towards Monster. They spotted the shadow there, try and connect the shots, but the T's, they pull through, they work together, and now that's taken it down to a 1v2 situation. Yes, they're on low amounts of health, but they still can get the job done in this instance.
Those shots just narrowly missing Dolphin's head so far. Of course, the scout, one-shot headshot possibility. So bomb will get planted, and now the pressure is on Dolphin. What looked like a sure thing is once again turning out to be a Mavericks thing. And we saw this in the first map. Can they mount this comeback once again and make it work? This is where it starts.
Yeah, you always got to make a start, and here we go. Taking that first round, pushing their way into the second half. This pistol round, once again, is going to be crucial. Let's see if they can look to take it, because otherwise, they're going to be in a very dire situation.
Yeah, desperately need to win this one. And if they are able to, And once again, if they're able to convert, which is what we saw in that first half, you know, last time around it was 4 rounds in a row for Criminals, and then it became a 6-4 win for the Mavericks. Back over on Nuke. And they repeat that process. Well, that ain't good. That's not what you want to see to open things up, but the trade headshot comes on through. The P2K going to town on Dolphin's head, but nevertheless, Limbo is going to be able to do it there. 5-1 map and series point here for the Criminals.
Yeah, it is Headshot City coming into that pistol round there. Criminals definitely do want to take away these rounds, and being able to take that pistol is at least going to boost them up in the economy game. So now they've got the Galil as well as the Mac-10, but the CTs have responded in kind, bringing out the Nova and the MP9. Oh, for the close engagements. NVB actually pulls through on the first one. Dolphin able to get the trade, but does only have 19 points of health to play with now.
Yeah, Dolphin takes a supreme amount of damage there, and MVB is going to be able to close things up. So picking up the Galil as well, that could be a very important swing round. MVB is going to be able to buy something for Vincent. Vincent opts to just go for a UMP, but it does reset the economy slightly of Criminals. So, you know, they've got rounds to play with. They can afford this, but this is what we saw in the last 2 games, is they just lose this swing round against a arguably weaker opponent, and it just turns and falls on its head.
Yeah, at the very least, they do still have a few rounds to play with. So even if they fall short now, there's still further opportunities for them laying in wait. Looks like they are trying to creep their way up short for the moment, though. With these upgraded pistols, might be able to do something, though. They do take out one player, almost taking out the second there. That was so close, James. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, it's rounds like those that you look back on and you think, damn, we should have won that. We had it literally within the grasp of our hands, and we just let it slip through our fingers. And Mavericks, they're keeping this one alive. They've pulled out the AWP, the big guns coming on out. Vincent swaps over to that Galil, but Criminals do have the AKs to work with. Oh no, they've missed the first shot. That was crucial. But now the Criminals know what they're working with. They know what they're up against. And that AWP is going to be so crucial if they're able to find the opening pick here. That could really start to turn the momentum in Mavericks' favor more than it already is.
Yeah, the AWP, especially on the CT side, can make such a big impact. They placed it towards the toxic barrels initially, but the T's play a very smart strategy, just smoking off that position so they can gain a little bit more ground. But now, NVB's adapted to that, playing towards Graffiti. Maybe be able to push through. The first shot not going to connect, and look at the impact. Dolphin able to take out Vincent. NVB at least going to swing one back. But now, 1 versus 1, James. It's so close.
Limbo just trying to shoulder pick the box, but there we go. It's enough. Up against that Tech 9 wasn't going to do the job, and there we have it. Finally, after all that 3 maps, Criminals are going to be progressing on in the lower bracket.
And what a game from both of those sides, honestly. Going all the way to map number 3, that is a tough task. And it just goes to show how much hard work both of these teams have been putting in.
Yeah, well, of course, we saw there 3 occasions that Mavericks almost made that comeback happen. They really put a lot of effort into it, and they worked on it. They were able to do in the first map, but the second and the third maps, they just weren't able to. So the reverse sweep comes on through. Criminals taking out the series 2-1, progressing on now to the losers, to the lower bracket semi-final for a chance to play off in the grand final. Of course, they need to face off against the winner of Hamburger and Timberwolves, and then potentially face off against Borger to get that shot at being in the grand final. But I'd have to say, Criminals, they looked a little bit shaky at times.
Yeah, definitely were a little bit shaky at times, but they did manage to pull through in the end, and that's the main thing. But that shakiness could come back to bite them. Let's see how they do fare moving into their next engagement.
Yeah, they're going to be looking to make the next one count and potentially, yeah, get up into that grand final. On the other side of things, you've got 2 very hungry teams in Timberwolves and, of course, Hamburger, who want to make it up there as well. And if Hamburger can go up and face against their teammates in the guys up at Herp C waiting in the grand final, that would be a series to behold for sure. But there's still a lot more action before we get to see the outcome of that. So while we get the next game ready to go, we're going to go to a quick break, guys. Don't go anywhere. You are not going to want to miss this. Welcome back, everybody, to Firefights, coming to you live from the Alienware Arena here at Fortress Melbourne, the home for all gamers. My name is Morboss. Joining me, of course, is Matsy. As we head on into the very pointy end of this competition, we're down to just 4 teams, Matt. It's been an incredible night, but I'm excited to see how this one comes down. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, it's definitely come down to the ringer, hasn't it? And I feel like we're going to continue to see these close engagements. And honestly, I feel like this next matchup definitely will be one to watch, because the winner of this one is going to be coming up against Borgar.
Yeah, it should be a good one. Maybe Timberwolves will get their chance. They did beat out Hamburger in their last map, unfortunately. Hamburger's not going to be in anymore. We won't get to see that gorgeous logo anymore, but nevertheless, Timberwolves, they've got their chance at redemption against Borgar, potentially make it back into that grand final and have some redemption against Herp C if they're able to do that. So That's definitely a storyline to watch out for, but they are coming up against the Criminals, so it's definitely not going to be an easy run for them in that regards.
Yeah, definitely won't be an easy run. It is going to be a long way to the top if you want a sausage roll. So we'll see how all these teams do actually go moving their way forward in this one. I feel like maybe the Criminals might be able to maintain their spark, or perhaps the Wolves will bare their fangs.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, you talking about sausage rolls just gives me PTSD that I can't go to Bunnings anymore and get a snack, so it's really upsetting you've brought that up. But nevertheless, we've got the first map up and ready to go. It's Overpass. Criminals and Hamburger. Not Hamburger, that's a wrong name for sure. Criminals and Timberwolves going up against each other in this one. And really, really is that pointy end of the competition now.
Yeah, it definitely is going to be a bit pointy. The T's are going to be pushing their way through short, though. Limbo and Dolphin have an idea as to where they could be approaching from. Baron and Johnny Drama just slowly but carefully clearing their way through these angles. They have actually put a Molotov down towards the Toxic Barrel position, but look at that. Dolphin's already down to 1 HP. What a dink coming through. Dolphin actually gets the kill onto Baron, though. Limbo getting one onto Johnny Drama. So much damage being dealt so early on.
Yeah, Dolphin surviving with the skin of his teeth. 1 HP to end out that round. So Timberwolves getting a little bit unlucky to kick us off, but nevertheless we move on. And we keep on going with the Tech 9 in hand for Johnny Drama. A little bit of damage done, not too much, but Limbo tries to go for the wide peak, the swing there with the MP9, and now they're just rushing on up to the pillar right now. Can they find something from this? Johnny Drama will get the trade. Bomb is down on the site and is completely unsure where Limbo's gone. This is now time for the flank. This could go really well or really poorly depending on Johnny Drama's timing. And he's aware that this is a possibility. Finds the kill there.
Yeah, just a little bit too cautious. Doesn't opt to commit to the plant. And we see the results of that there because the Timberwolves, they may lose out the first one, but they managed to secure the second.
And well, one round apiece. We've seen a lot of what the Timberwolves are capable of, and they are definitely a very solid squad. But Criminals have definitely stepped up their game this week, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, definitely showing us a very new and improved version of themselves, as they have managed to push their way very far through the competition tonight. They are looking to push even further along. Looks like that Molotov might have actually dinked Limbo in the head there. A little bit of damage does come through, but now the T's looking to commit here, James.
Yeah, well, that first level of commitment does work out. Johnny Drama's going to open things up with Dolphin out of action. And now Limbo, USP is all they have in hand and can't find anything else out of that one. So Timberwolves are going to get 2 rounds back.
Yeah, definitely a great way to swing things back in your favor. But now the Criminals have the opportunity to bring out the big guns. The silenced M4 as well as the kit going to come through. Looks like the kit will be available on both players in this instance. Famis going to be on the side of Limbo this time around, but the T's are going to be bringing the AKs into the fray.
Well, slow crawl up from Monster. Doesn't bear any fruits for Johnny Drama, but Baron fires on through and cleans up both players in quick succession. A great transfer of aim over to the second kill. And that's going to stop Criminals dead in their tracks. They thought they might be able to get something out of that round, but definitely not after something like that.
Yeah, the possibilities were there, but the Timberwolves just managed to use their pack mentality, push through together. Now the CTs really just weighing up their options. Did opt for an early short push, but some fire in their way will make them think better of it. Now just pushing out a little bit of utility just to try and see if they can catch somebody off guard. But he's still just going to hold steady for the moment, though. A nicely placed grenade does do some work onto Dolphin there, forcing them a little bit further back onto the ramp there. But now, the T's, as time goes on and their utility starts to pull through, they are seeking to launch their engagement.
Well, they kick things off up against Limbo, but the 5-7 there proves to be just that little bit too strong. And it leaves Johnny Drama in a very awkward 1-on-2. Limbo recovers the AK. Dolphin through the smoke, out of action. But it's a 1 versus 1, about as even as it comes. And this could play perfectly into Limbo's hands. Oh, they've spotted the back of Johnny Drama. Oh, this is going to be perfect. There we go, lines up the shot. And Limbo really starting to kick things off here. 2-3 now. First half in the books. And we go on the second side of things with Criminals. They've got a shot in this one.
Yeah, definitely do have a shot coming out of the half on a 3-2 scoreline. Definitely not a bad way to end things off. Now let's see if they can continue the momentum that they just gained by taking that round. Moving along into this next half, we've definitely seen a lot of great pistol play come out in the series thus far. Let's see if we can see some more of that as we move into this one.
Well, Criminals want to take this one slowly, but I like that both teams are really sticking together in this one. They will hear those footsteps now. Johnny Drama surely is aware that they're pushing up from short now, and they're going to be able to find both kills. Dolphin, quick headshots with the Glock. At that range, he's able to clean those kills up as quickly as you like.
God, somebody better check out Dolphin's wrist there. I feel like they're going to need an x-ray after that flick. Something's got to be broken, that's for sure, but nonetheless, they secure some impressive kills, evening up the score. And now, the Mac attack is back.
It's moments like these you need minties. At least that's what they tell me. And they're going to be going for a bit of a boost. Oh, that is gorgeous. They know they're just going to run on out and find both kills with ease. Dolphin spraying him down. And that's going to be Criminals' 4th round on the board. I said they had a chance in this one. They're starting to mount a comeback. They're pulling the Mavericks.
Yeah, definitely looking to pull the Mavericks there, and they do actually opt to pick up the AKs this time around. The M4s coming through on the Timberwolves side of things, however. It's a pretty similar firepower coming out on both sides here. And it looks like Criminals have actually covered their entry with a smoke, but do you feel like maybe CTs might be a bit aware of it?
I mean, they'll be aware that that's where they're coming from, but of course it does make it harder to be spotted out, and the flash was pretty good as well, but Johnny Drama's been able to push on up here. Will be traded. And Dolphin versus Baron. It's going to go the way of the Timberwolves. The CT takes it. What's your personal opinion, Matt, on the M4 versus the A1S?
I feel like both definitely have their advantages. In the common age, though, we do see the M4A4 being a bit more prominent in the competitive side of things, but the A1S has started to slowly creep its way back a little bit. Looks like Johnny Drama, though, has opted for the AK this round and does pick up the first kill onto Dolphin. A nice boost to start things off here.
Yeah, almost getting the spray transfer onto the second player. Couldn't quite make it work out, and so narrowly escapes before taking any damage and does a good job of it. Limbo just tries to jump on through, but Baron is going to be able to hold strong. Wants to pick up that Tech 9, does indeed get it through the little crack there, and Timberwolves, they're on map point now.
Yeah, definitely swinging things back in their favor, but that point doesn't mean game, set, and match, because now the Criminals, they bring out the firepower. They've got the AWP available to them. That can definitely assist them in singling out these engagements, try and do some dents on the CT economy. They know where one of them is, but what a grenade, James!
Yeah, that was gorgeous, and they put both Molotovs down there, both incendiaries rather down there, to stop any push coming from these Ts. And I'm obviously always going to be a fan of an AWP, but the problem I see using a Wingman on 2 versus 2 is, you know, especially on the attacking side of things, is you're just so stationary compared to any of the other players. So, you know, I definitely understand it on a CT side, holding from heaven, something like that. But this one way, oh, this could work so much into their favor. Limbo's going to be able to find that one as the smoke dissipates there, and it's going to be onto Baron, who sees the AWP stare him down in the face and is not able to react quickly enough. We're going to round 11.
Yeah, it just proves that taking your time really does pay off there. Slow and steady indeed does win the race, because now it's down to map point, 5 apiece. This one is so close, James.
Once again, as close as it gets. Will this be a constant thread of this series, potentially? Neither of these teams want to go home. They both want to take the lion's share of that $500 prize pool. First kill goes down, though. That's going to be Limbo, so it's just the AWP up against both of these players on the Timberwolves. Not looking good for Criminals right now. Dolphin, what can you do here?
I think the best case scenario would be to single out one player, but Johnny Drama playing on that side angle. Dolphins aware. Oh, gets spotted out. The damage comes through, and Baron pulls through. That is going to be the first round going the way of the Wolves.
Yeah, Timberwolves able to close it out in the end there. The AWP just not being able to be utilized, and that goes back to what I was saying. My concerns with having it as an attacking player on Wingman is that, you know, if your teammate goes down, you're sort of stuck in this static sort of role that you just can get surrounded very easily and just get overwhelmed quite easily.
Yeah, the attacking side AWP definitely has its advantages and disadvantages. It's a double-edged sword.
Yeah.
Definitely can pay a bit more favorably on the CT side because you have that time to set yourself up, get in those positions, just set things up like a sentry. But obviously on the T side, it's a bit more difficult.
Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot more sense on regular 5 versus 5 competitive. You've got 4 other teammates, so if you do go down, it's not the end of the world. Or if they go, a couple of them go down, you've still got a few more teammates to worry about. But yeah, being Wingman 2 versus 2, as soon as that first player goes down, you're stuck there with an AWP. If you're not able to recover that weapon that was dropped, then you're just going to be stuck in an awkward situation like that where, you know, 1 versus 2 in the tunnel of Monster, and where do you go from there? There's no cover to run to. You're sort of stuck between a rock and a hard place and a cylindrical hard place at that. Really nothing you can really do.
Yeah, like the best case scenario, maybe you single out one of those players, or maybe a miracle comes from above. You get a collateral kill. That would be amazing, but the chances of that are quite slim. But I think we are going to be swinging straight into map number 2 here, and it is going to be on Nuke.
Yeah, well, we saw Timberwolves playing Nuke last time that we saw them play up against the Simps. They were able to win that one very convincingly. So, will that be the case this time around? Or are Criminals just too good to allow them to do so? And luckily enough for the Criminals, they're starting on the CT side. So Dolphin's going to open the proceedings straight away. Baron 1 versus 2 behind the reactor. Gets surrounded and can't do much about it. So Criminals, they'll take round number 1.
Yeah, starting off strong with the USPs there. Did manage to maintain their armor as well. So maybe they can opt to go for, I was going to say some submachine guns, but they're just bringing out the big guns from the get-go, going straight for the M4s. They don't even want to give the Timberwolves a chance to push through. As you see, the M4 just on the spray and pray. And they end the day for the Timberwolves. 2 rounds now for the Criminals.
Yeah, opting to go for half armor, no util, and the M4s. Now they're just upgrading that armor and getting that utility in the bag. And very strong buy here from the Criminals. Timberwolves, though, they have opted for the AKs, albeit weaker in utility. Still a very strong weapon, and you can see that Dolphin taking so much damage there, down to just 17 points of health. Not a great start for Dolphin in that position.
Yeah, not an ideal beginning, but doesn't mean it's the end just yet. The T's are trying to pincer their way onto the side, but that bit of fire is at least going to put them to a halt for the moment. Johnny Drama still just trying to wait things out, see if they can spot out any of the CT players' angles. The timing may not be in their favor there because Limbo has managed to creep their way forward from the ramp position. But it looks like the T's now just going to pounce onto the side. Baron opening things up onto Dolphin there.
Yeah, Timberwolves are going to want to win at least a couple of rounds here on their T side. And this is definitely a good start. Should be a good, quick clean-up kill from Johnny Drama. A little bit more effort than he might have wanted, as you can see there. A little bit displeased with how long it took him to find the kill, but there we have it. Timberwolves, they're able to find their first round on the board now, and because of the heavy investment from the Criminals, it's going to be a reset of the economy now, and Timberwolves should be able to get at least one, if not two more rounds pretty much in the bag.
Yeah, they definitely have the economic advantage here, but as we say that, Johnny Drama and Baron taking so much damage there. That could have been a very interesting round to say the least. Now Timberwolves, however, do take it to 2 apiece.
And we've seen a couple of eco round wins tonight, that's for sure. So definitely not off the books, off the cards, so to speak. But in the end, Timberwolves are able to get both kills, and they're able to keep both players, even though they took so much damage, down to single-digit HP figures at the end there. Limbo's going to find the first kill onto Baron, though, and they know exactly where Johnny Drama is. So maybe that extra bonus round I was expecting out of the Timberwolves might not go their way.
Yeah, it looks like CTs have doubled down here, opting to make great use of the rifles that they've got available to them here. Now just trying to use that smoke to cover their entry, see if they can push their way forward, perhaps make Johnny Drama feel a little bit claustrophobic. As the ground they have available starts to diminish, but a flashbang does come through, forcing CT's back. But in saying that, Dolphin's actually been spotted out there, trying to go straight for the engagement, does manage to get the job done, and that is going to be the 3rd round, going the way of the Criminals.
Yeah, they're able to win this half, and really sticking it to the Timberwolves. Are we in for maybe another map 3? Who knows? We're yet to find out, but definitely showing up a little bit stronger than I think they did in their last series. You know, they had a couple of good moments. They were able to get to 4 rounds on pretty much all 3 of the maps straight away with no competition, and then Mavericks, you know, start to claw their way back. But now it's where they are in that sort of position where they need to start thinking about, okay, we need to hold strong, get a couple of rounds on the board that will just secure us a bit of safety going into the next half, and they've been able to do that this time. Let's hope for their sake they don't choke it like they did in that first map up against the Mavericks.
T-side just really going for the slow and steady approach here. Just really biding their time, trying to see if they can push through from the decon position as well as the double doors. May be able to make use of this decoy here, just trying to see if the CTs fall for it. Johnny Drama gonna at least put their attention towards that position for a moment, maybe aware that there could be someone lying in wait. But now, the T's look to group their efforts and push through simultaneously.
Well, Limbo is going to be able to find the first kill, but some nice crisp shots from Baron. Find the trade frag, but it's not enough. Limbo, staying alive, gets both kills in the round. Ace for the man. And we continue now. Criminals 4-2 up.
Yeah, Criminals have really done a great job at taking control of these pistol rounds, and it really goes to show that the impact that lies behind that, because now they've managed to bring the 2-round difference in their favor. Now it's all on the Timberwolves to try and stop them from getting on the site, but they're definitely doing a pretty great job with the intimidation thus far, trying to face their opponents. Dolphin not going to have it though. Does shoot the door down, at least trying to open up some angles so their team can perhaps bounce onto the side. And look at this, they're try as they might. The damage coming through, proving true though. Baron gets so close. Dolphin able to pull through in the end though. And that is going to be the 5th round for Criminals. Map point.
Yeah, map point, maybe pushing us to that map 3. And trying to take it to the Timberwolves, who've had, honestly, a very poor showing here on Nuke. Not what we really expected, but here we go. Dolphin bringing out the big guns again. It's going to be the AWP.
Yeah, let's see if the AWP will prove true on this T side. Obviously, as we were talking about before, it is a bit of a double-edged sword. So the CTs may be able to take advantage of this. just playing those distanced angles. But they're not aware of the AWP's existence just yet. Still just holding steady for the moment. Who do you think's going to land the first blow? And as I say that, Timberwolves do indeed land the first, spotting out one player. Still not aware of the second though, James.
Yeah, not quite aware just yet. Some sound cues mean that they're going to know someone's down in that back corner. Door will be opened. Grenade doesn't quite land, and I think Barrett knows it. They're going to know that someone's up here on the rafters, so Limbo getting a lot of damage done into Johnny Drama. They should be aware of Baron's whereabouts as well. And Dolphin with this AWP is sort of caught between the rock and the hard place. Johnny Drama stays alive long enough to kill Limbo. That's going to be really awkward here for Dolphin, but they know where, well, they know that Johnny Drama is so low, and there we have it. That's going to do it. 2-6 scoreline, and Criminals are going to take us to a map 3.
Wow, what a fantastic way to end the map there. We just see you got the AWP, you got the power, you run it all the way down to basically the last second, and they managed to pull through. They wanted to stay in this, and they do so magnificently.
Yeah, I mean, squashed all of my concerns about having an AWP on the attacking side. You know, yes, the player with the more mobile weaponry went down early, but then finds the first kill onto Baron with the AWP, knows that Johnny Drama is really low, so he pulls out the pistol, smart thing to do, and is just able to find the shot around the backside of the reactor there. So 6-2 scoreline, not what I had envisioned between these two teams, especially after that first map.
Yeah, definitely not as close as the first one, but it doesn't tell the full story because both teams were definitely able to frag it out.
Yeah, I mean, they both had their chances, their moments, a lot of 1v1s, 1v2s going down in that one. So, nevertheless, heading to a map 3, heading to Train. What's your thoughts on where this one might go?
Well, I feel like it could go steamrolling ahead. Maybe we'll hear the conductor pull the lever, you know, a bit of choo-choo. The comeback train could be in order, but I'm keen to see what both of these teams are going to bring to us. I feel like maybe we might see some players play around that Heaven position.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of utilization of Heaven in some of the matches we've seen on Train, so I wouldn't be surprised if you're correct there. It's been a very popular location on top of that. You know, we've seen a lot of players go for these sort of drops in ladder and places like that, and going for these quick sort of fast-paced rushes out of A main. So there's been a lot of aggression on this side of things, and the CTs, they've played quite passive for the most part. Someone chilling back, whether it be on site or on or somewhere towards Ivy. So it'll be interesting to see how these teams approach their play styles this time.
Yeah, and we are going to be getting right into the action as we do have Timberwolves on the T side. Criminals going to be on CT this time. And it looks like the Criminals are just splitting their positions more towards the Ivy position currently. Ts do have a smoke available, so are going to cut off one point of vision for the CTs. And even opting for the flashbang there actually does impact Dolphin, but Dolphin spotted them. A nice little angle there towards the A main side of things. Oh my gosh, what a headshot through the smoke. That's one way to start the round off, James.
Yeah, really good start. Bomb down post plant, but that first shot from Limbo's great! Limbo, what is that? Finds two gorgeous headshots, and one taps his way to victory.
Wow, I thought the first headshot was impressive, and then Limbo just doubles down, getting two of their own, saying, you think we're out of this round? No, we aren't. The Criminals, they bring it back, taking the first round.
Well, you know, I was calling the Mavericks the comeback kings. Maybe it's the Criminals going for the reverse sweep once again. And that's what they had to do up against the Mavericks in that previous series. So there is a potential here, and this would, you know, put them in a very good position. They'll be feeling pretty good about themselves when they go up against Borga. But again, Borga is a completely different beast that I'm not sure the Criminals are ready for. Even Timberwolves struggled to get past them. They took them to the final map, but definitely wasn't an easy series for them. So it'll be interesting to see how that matchup might play out if it does go that way.
Yeah, there's potential for it to go that way, or perhaps the Criminals will be the new challenger for Borga. So obviously they do have the advantage currently. Timberwolves going to be stuck on the pistols for the moment, so there is potential for the Criminals to take round number 3. but obviously there is potential for the Timberwolves to strike back, just like the Empire, and get some close engagement kills here.
Well, the spray control there from Limbo is pinpoint accurate and goes down to 9 HP for their troubles, but is able to get that one down and dirty in Ivy. Both players pushing through the smoke at the same time. Not an easy feat once you're distracted with one player, being able to spray transfer to the second, but nevertheless, 3-0 start here from Criminals. It's been fantastic for them.
Yeah, definitely a great way to start things off, but now the Timberwolves do have some weapons available to them, which could maybe allow them to run it back. The AWP in the hands of Johnny Drama, trying to single out that angle, tries to connect the shot. Unfortunately, not going to do so in this instance. Does take a little bit of damage for it, but at the very least, does force them back from that position, making sure the CTs don't go for these engagements and just hold steady from afar.
Well, as the old adage goes, slow and steady wins the race. But usually those races don't have timers on them quite like these do. So Baron and Johnny Drama just both go down from Dolphin. Just having an absolute field day out there right now. 4-0 start. Looking for their 5-0 flawless half potentially. But, you know, this is where they sort of struggled up against the Mavericks. They got this 4-0 start, feeling really confident, and then they just struggled in that second half. Can they close it out?
Yeah, they definitely have the weapons available to them to do that. Stealing that AWP is really great for them, because on the CT side, you can just lock things down like a sentry and usher in a watchtower, if you will. Just trying to seek out these T's positions. One of them has been spotted early on. Going for those early shots there. Does take some punishment. Limbo getting some of their own. Dolphin going to be set up, though. Does take out one player. Now trying to seek out the second.
I'm not sure if Dolphin spotted Baron there when they went for the re-peek towards main, but, you know, Bomb's down in a very awkward position. They just have to hold on to that. That's all they really need to worry about. But Dolphin being a little bit jittery here in Heaven. Should be watching the bomb. This could play into Baron's favors really nicely if they're not too careful. Oh, no, but the blast absorbs some of the damage. Does find the kill, but gets taken down to 37 health from Limbo. Can't find the trade, but AK in hand, this is definitely doable here for Baron.
Possibilities are there. Now picking up the AK-47 and getting the bomb down. Definitely is possible. And the Timberwolves, they need this round. Looks like Limbo isn't going to give them the opportunity, though, as the Criminals do secure the 5th. And that's going to be the end of the first half.
Yeah, the first half going down as one-sided as is possible. 5-0 start here for the Criminals. They are really starting to pick up their game. Very uncharacteristic of the Timberwolves, I'd have to say. And they are one round away from facing up against Borga with a chance to get into their grand final. This is a huge round of CS for these players. But, of course, they've got, you know, 6 rounds potentially to make this happen. So, if they do go down early, they don't have to worry too much. But alas, they wouldn't want Timberwolves getting a comeback like Mavericks did back in their first game of that previous series.
Looks like a comeback could be possible, but both teams have done a decent amount of damage to one another. Now just holding steady for the moment, though. The CTs can't afford to peek into these Ts because Johnny Drama especially going to be on 6 points of health, and Baron's now been taken out of the equation. This is looking very possible for them. Criminals, there's one player standing between them and Borgar currently. Let's see if they can do it, but Johnny Drama actually going to put a thorn in their side there. Does take out one. Bomb's still going to be down, but it's all down to Dolphin now. 1 versus 1 situation. Spots the head. Luckily for Johnny, creeps away, but wow, the flick of the wrist. That is going to be it, everybody. Criminals push their way towards Borgar.
Well, I hope the hope the escape vehicle is ready to go because that was about as quick as it gets. 6-0 victory for the Criminals after being such a tight first map. They won the second one 6-2, and this time around it was over as quickly as you could blink. 2-1 Timberwolves, unfortunately, out of the competition. Criminals are going to be going on to face Borga in the lower bracket final for a chance to get into the grand final and for a chance to earn a little bit more pocket money from the $500 prize pool tonight.
Yeah, definitely keen to see what Criminals will be able to do coming up against Borga. I'm sure Borga are eager to get back into the action after falling short against Herp C previously. I'm sure that they are going to be out for blood.
Yeah, well, we are going to have to wait a few minutes before we get that game ready to go. While we do, we're going to go to a quick break, guys. Don't go anywhere. It's finals time.
The arena is insane. The colors,
the colours are...
the huge LED screen.
Okay, hi guys, I am with another fabulous Twitch streamer here. How did you find out about Fortress?
First time I found out about Fortress was just before PAX last year.
It's quite mind-boggling, eh?
Like compared to the photos and like the 3D models you saw online, like it does not compare at all. Honestly, the PCs here are amazing. The arena is insane. The huge LED screen is
Hell
nuts.
yeah, hell yeah. Did you have a look by any chance at the streaming booths?
I have had a look at the streaming booths.
And what do you reckon?
They look better than my setup at home.
Same for me. I'm looking at it, I'm like, I really want this gear now.
Yeah.
God damn it.
Like, can I just take those key lights and
yoinkies, yoinkies.
I want to have my birthday here, so that'll be a lot of fun.
We're all invited. There you go. You heard it here first. We're invited!
Welcome back, everybody, to Firefights, coming to you live from the Alienware Arena here at Fortress Melbourne, the home for all gamers. I'm Milboss, that's Matsy. We're in final times, baby. The lower bracket final is coming up next, and it's set to be a banger. Criminals going up against Borga. What do you make of this lower bracket final?
It's definitely not what I was expecting. I honestly thought that maybe Timberwolves would look to go for the redemption arc and come up against Borga once again, but the Criminals seemingly coming through as a surprise.
Yeah, I mean, Criminals faced up against Borga in the upper semi-finals, as you can see there. So this is a bit of a redemption story as well for the Criminals. Going up against Borga, who have just been so strong all the way through. Very surprising defeat at the hands of Herp C, really, in that upper bracket final. But nevertheless, they are here, and we are interested to see how they are able to dispatch of the Criminals, or if they're able to dispatch the Criminals, because the Criminals have shown up quite significantly against the Timberwolves in that last matchup. I mean, winning their map 6-2 and 6-0 after something that was so close in the first map is a very shocking result, I think, for both of us.
Yeah, definitely really shocking to me because honestly, I thought that it would be a bit more strained out, like a little bit closer, but it just gets swept away.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the scoreline doesn't fully tell the story. There were some very close rounds on both teams' sides of things, but just able to clutch up at the last minute, you know, sometimes the clutch factor is all you need to be able to win things, and right now it's working out for the Criminals. Are they able to keep that going, though, is really the question up against this Borga lineup, who we've seen go through squads like it's playtime, really. Like, they've trolled around, they've toyed around, done all sorts of different things. You know, using Zeus's in the first week of Firefights. So, you know, things like that that only they could really pull off. Will they be toying around a little bit here, or do you think they're going to take it a bit more seriously?
Well, I think coming around to this more closer stage to the end of the competition, I feel like they definitely will take it with a degree more seriousness. But let's see how they do choose to approach it as, oh my gosh, Emmy, 2 headshots in 2 seconds. What a way to start the game off.
Yeah, just working with the weapon she has, and of course, USP notorious for its brilliance at long-range headshot, one-shot, one-tap kills. All the ones you can put into a sentence there apply to the USP in the first round, but here we go, on to the second. These P250s are going to be going up against FAMAS's, and it looks like it might be all the FAMAS show. Borga kicking us off with very convincing couple of rounds.
Yeah, definitely starting things off strong with a degree of speed behind them. But now, let's see if the speed will continue to favor them, as now the Criminals have AKs, and these have a lot of stopping power.
Yeah, they do indeed. Talk about one-taps. That's really been made the meme it is today because of the AK-47. That Molotov, though, forcing Emmy out of position, out of Ivy. You know, I think the plan was to hold Ivy, but instead she's now decided to push on through to A main and actually push right through A main. So they're going to know it's either going to have to come from Pop Dog or from Ivy. They think it might be Pop Dog, but no, they've turned around, they've clocked on. Or have they? Oh, wow. Bibian didn't see either of them. I think she did that time, though.
Yeah, still just weighing up their options for the moment. Looks like the Criminals are just going to swing all the way through CT spawn, perhaps go for the flank through the connector there. There's definitely good potential for it because Bibian looking at every single angle except that one. And that could come to bite them. Emmy maybe a little bit aware. Still just looking steady. Bibian actually does secure the first kill though onto Limbo, taking a lot of damage for it. But Dolphin very close behind Bibian, bringing out the punishment there. And that is going to be the third one on the board for Borga.
Yeah, just, you know, because it does take so long to slowly walk throughout the whole of the back alleyway into connector from CT spawn, by the time they got there, Bibian had clocked on, okay, they're taking way too long to be coming from either Ivy or Bomb Train. They must have made that rotation around, so she was prepared for it and finds both kills with relative ease there, picks up the AKs, her and Emmy. And, you know, they were able to get a decent bit of utility, forcing the Criminals onto P250 and a Tech 9. And this time around, getting really aggressive here. Borga should be able to close this one out with relative ease, find the first. 1 kill to go. Limbo in Pop Dog. What can you do from here?
Yeah, definitely could charge through, perhaps find 1 kill, but looks like they almost do. But Bibian is able to pull through with the AK. The spray and pray does indeed have their prayers answered today because they're able to take that round away.
Well, Borga doing to Criminals what Criminals just did to Timberwolves. 4-0 to kick us off here in this lower bracket final. Limbo finally going to be able to make some damage, but we'll get traded out by a headshot from Bibian. And flash comes on out. Don't think it does much, except delay Dolphin a little bit. Bibian aware that Dolphin might go to the top of the train, but timing just doesn't work out, and she's going to move on.
Yeah, just holding steady for the moment. Oh, that sound cue could prove to be very dire. Looks like Bibian is going to creep through past Ivy for the moment. He's aware that the plant is going to come through and does have the lineup there for that player, but unfortunately for both of them, they take quite a significant amount of damage, leaving them both on 22 health somehow. Oh my gosh, Bibian's able to pull through. What a shot, James.
Yeah, I mean, flawless half comes with flawless headshots and flawless kills like that. And there we go, 5-0 dominance here out of the Borga players. They've only had 1 death, Emmy, in that final round. Really not looking good for the Criminals right now, but maybe they can whip up some Maverick magic and start a comeback here.
Yeah, definitely looking to start things off with a bang, but we have seen what the Criminals are capable of. Definitely do have a lot of potential on their pistol rounds. So let's see if that can prove true once again as we do move their way forward into this next one.
Well, Dolphins already opened up proceedings with a headshot onto Bibian, and he's going to find the second onto Emmy. So, you know, Bibian was able to get those quick kills in the first round, I believe. Dolphins said, anything you can do, I can do better, and wins that one out. So Criminals finally get around on the board.
Yeah, definitely a round that they need. And they do have the weapons available to them to perhaps try and take this second one as well. Looks like the Borgar players are just opting for the pistols this time around, taking quite a bit of damage from that early grenade. That's definitely well placed by the CTs there. Let's see if they can look to single out these players though.
Oh, Dolphins going to get a quick kill onto Bibian. Emmy is going to be cleaned up by Limbo. 5-2. Criminals desperately need to convert this bonus round up against the AKs of Borga if they want a chance at this comeback. They need to get this one done quite quickly to stay alive in the first map. Otherwise, Borga might just run away with things and win it. Of course, they are on map points, so anything can happen, though.
Yeah, you're right. Anything is possible at this point. CTs, they need to really try their best to play around each other here. Try and see if they can catch these Ts off guard. Looks like the T's might be the ones catching them off guard, though, because they have actually managed to creep their way to the brown train. And there we go, bringing the pain onto Limbo. Now it's going to be down to Dolphin. Vivian's going to be able to do it, though. That is going to be map number 1, 6-2, going the way of Borgar.
Yeah, I mean, not really unexpected, I'd have to say, Matt. Like, from watching these girls play week after week so far, I mean, they've put up some incredible performances against some very solid teams. So I'm not shocked about that result. But that being said, Criminals have been in very good spirits and have, or you would have thought would have had quite a lot of momentum coming from that Timberwolves win. So to see them sort of fall short in this one is a little bit disheartening, but hopefully map 2 they can turn it around.
Yeah, maybe just caught a little bit by surprise on train there, but I definitely do have the same hopes as you, James. I hope that map 2 will tell a different story. Maybe they're just a little bit shaken up, but now they should be able to pick themselves back up here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough one when you're going up against, professional players in the scene, 2 female professionals in the Counter-Strike scene here in Australia and New Zealand. So it's never going to be an easy matchup, but you gotta try something new, maybe a couple of risks. Any sort of suggestions for different strategies they could go into with this second map?
Well, as we swing our way into the next game, I feel like there's definitely a lot of potential for them to perhaps catch their opponents off guard through the use of a flashbang.
Yeah, I mean, flashbangs haven't been utilized that well so far by this squad, so maybe we could see them use it a little bit better. Utility overall hasn't been their strong suit per se, so maybe as we get this second map underway, Overpass, here we are, they could utilize utility a little bit more. And in saying that, they've pulled out some decoys, but that's not quite what we meant.
Well, I mean, decoys definitely have their use as well, because maybe they can try and advise them that they're pushing one way when they actually are going the other. Doesn't seem like the CTs are going to be phased by it, though, as Emmy is able to take the Dolphin out of the map very quickly. And now it's all going to be down to Limbo. 1 versus 2 here, James.
Yeah, not the start that Criminals would have wanted. And I like this push here from Borga. They've got both players going towards Monster. Bibian has stayed there. Emmy gone for a bit of a flank potentially. But it doesn't matter. Bibian's going to find the kill. Just takes 2 bullets. Taps ahead. And there we go. 102 Borga.
Yeah, great way to start things off. Let's see how the T's do choose to actually respond, though. Looks like they are going to respond with the Mac attack. We have seen that time and time again tonight, so let's see if it does pay off for them as they charge their way forward. No utility behind them, but it doesn't matter. Emmy trying to go for the spray down towards Monster, but the T's just playing a little bit more carefully as they have swung their attention towards the short side of things here.
Boost doesn't pay off there. Limbo's going to be able to find Emmy, and that puts Bibian on the back foot. Almost sprays down the second there, though. Dolphin escaping with 19 HP.
Yeah, definitely coming out with a surprise there, as Dolphin does manage to take a lot of pain, but a lot to gain as well, because they did manage to take that first round for themselves, evening things up quite early. Looks like the Borgar side is actually going to respond with a force of their own, though. Bringing out that Famis, bringing out the Deagle. There's a lot of potential behind that. Look at Bibian's position right now. It's pivotal. That was huge. Oh my gosh. The shots coming through from Emmy and Bibian there. Just locking down those positions. Taking that control. That's exactly what you need to do on those gamble plays.
Yeah, I mean, for gamble plays to pay off, you got to think of something a little bit outside of the box. Criminals now, it's their turn to take a stab. Deagles, the weaponry we're going to be seeing them use up against these 2 FAMASas. And it looks like they're just going to go for a double stack towards short.
Yeah, 2 Deagles in the one place definitely can create some devastation. Let's see how they choose to begin that, as they do spot one player playing around the pillar there. They know exactly where Bibian is, but it doesn't seem to matter though. Bibian able to single out Dolphin there. Does take control of the round, and now it's going to be 3-1.
Well, big guns coming out. Dolphin pulling out the AWP. We've seen this time and time again. Will it work out this time? I'm not quite sure. But the game has been given up there because Dolphin thrown out a decoy grenade with the AWP in hand. So Borga are going to be prepared for this.
Yeah, definitely should hear that sound, so perhaps aware of where the AWP might be coming from in this instance. Dolphin's still going to hold steady for the moment, just waiting for that smoke to dissipate before they truly launch their attack. And here we go, James. Where do you think they're going to choose to push first?
Well, this has put Dolphin in an awkward position. Oh no, the timing couldn't have gone worse. Emmy is going to be able to find that kill and spray through the walls. Should clean the job up here. Limbo goes down, and that's going to be Borga taking out the half 4-1. I don't think we could have got any worse timing than that. Dolphin thought that they'd cleared the corner there, but just not pixels away from spotting out Bibian in the corner. Or Emmy, rather.
Yeah, so close, but so far. Luckily, we do move towards the next half, though, and at the very least, Criminals have one round available to them. Let's see if they can prove their strength on their pistols once again as we swing into this one, James.
Well, Dolphin's been an absolute aimbot with the USP so far, so can they keep it up and get something back into this game? It's going to require it, but no, just gets caught with the pants around the legs, around the ankles there. Already Limbo down to 1 HP. Might have the dream. Uses the fake flash out, doesn't work, and Bibian is going to close that out. Series point now.
Yeah, it is down to 5-1. The CTs are going to be forced to really buy whatever they can at this point. Perhaps they bring out a submachine gun, a bit of armor. Like, the options are a bit limited, but it looks like they are going to make it work, though. They have opted for the 5.7 and the MP9. T's in turn are bringing out the Galil and the AK. The CTs are going to have to play around each other very closely in this round.
Oh, that grenade just lands perfectly. Pinpoint onto Emmy's chest there. And that should make an easy clean-up kill, but no, Dolphin will get tagged up, headshotted by Bibian. Emmy will go down in the end. Limbo has gone on a master flank. And now it's all on Bibian. Can't get it done. And the force buy here is going to work out for the Criminals.
Yeah, the force buy definitely paying dividends in the end there. Now the Criminals do manage to steal a second round as well as the AK and the Galil, so that's some decent firepower behind them. Borga going to be forced onto the eco with the upgraded pistols this time, but they definitely have the flexibility to play with.
Yeah, definitely. I'm excited to see though, Bibian on the P250 is a very dangerous combination. We've seen that so far tonight.
Like they are going to push through the smoke now, though. The Criminals just ready for them as they do spray down, managing to secure those kills, taking it down to a 2-round difference. But bearing in mind, Borga are able to buy up into this one. So now, this is their chance.
Still a weak buy though, not much utility to speak of. A couple of flashbangs and a smoke grenade, and that's about it. So really puts them on the back foot. Dolphin has pulled out the AWP though. And this is more what you want to see it, or how you would see it utilized effectively in Wingman, because it being 2 versus 2, just have that turret, but they're going for this boost here. If Dolphin's not careful and pushes forward a little bit, they might get caught off, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. No one's sitting at toxic barrels, and in the end, Emmy probably won't be able to find much from this boost.
At least finding a little bit of information that there isn't going to be anyone playing towards that area, so that's one less position to clear. Bearing in mind, though, Limbo is playing very closely in wait, now pushing their way towards the pillar. Just trying to see if they spill their way forward, but somehow the shoulder is actually going to be visible. The head has been taken off Emmy there, straight decapitation from Dolphin. The AWP proving to be powerful indeed. Now the bomb is going to be down, though. It's a 1 versus 1 situation. Dolphin has a lot of work to do here.
That is a slightly wall bangable part of that box, or that flat pack there, but Bibian's playing this almost perfectly, just sitting in the corner, not allowing herself to be visible. But now has heard the Dolphins dropped, so Dolphin needs to come in with the shot, gets it done, and they survive for yet another round.
Wow, that is just how powerful the AWP is. One shot is all you need, and they secure the round. Third on the board there, fourth rather. Now it's getting closer and closer, James.
Yeah, it's really starting to shape up here. This is more what we expected after that first map. Wasn't so sure what we'd get, but Criminals, here we go. Starting to mount a major comeback. Borga, they really need to win this here because if they don't, they're going to be very poor. Economy is not going to be good. A couple of shoulder picks there. Oh, but waits way too long to get that grenade out, so it's just going to be on Dolphin once again. Has to go for a second 1 versus 2 to stay alive in this one. Finds the first shot onto Emmy. Gets tagged up by Bibian on the bomb side. Can't get it done. There we have it. Bibian is going to close out the map with the clean headshot, and that is going to see Borga progress into the grand finals.
Wow, what a well-placed shot by Bibian there, really putting the nail in the coffin, and now they are going to have the rematch they so eagerly desired up against Herp C, James.
Yeah, it's going to be a massive, massive game. I can't believe that ended the way that it did. Commiserations to the Criminals. They played so well and fought so hard in that second map to try and make a comeback. 2-0 is going to be the final series scoreline, though, for Borga. They're going to be going into the next map the next match feeling very confident after what they've just been able to achieve. They fended off the comeback story that we were so hoping for. Criminals weren't able to get it done, but any sort of final thoughts on Borga's performance there?
Yeah, definitely a great way to close out that series, and honestly, they've definitely been playing pretty impressively all night, I'd say, but the same could be said of the Criminals. A surprise team coming up and pushing their way through the tournament.
Yeah,
really well played by them.
I have to say, I agree with you there. Lower bracket run almost came through, almost successful, just knocked off at the final hurdle. But that does mean we have the grand final coming up next. You don't want to miss it, guys. We'll be right back. Well, welcome back, everybody, to Firefights. It's grand final time here, coming to you live from the Alienware Arena at Fortress Melbourne, the home for all gamers. I'm Millboss, that's Matsy, and we've had a cracker of a night. We're about to see the rematch of the winners bracket final, which is somewhat what we expected, a little bit, but it should be a good one. Borga, Herp C, what are your initial thoughts on this one?
Yeah, I feel like Borga definitely are going to be out for revenge. After falling short previously, they're definitely keen to see if they can come out on top next time. And I'm keen to see if Herp C will be able to actually pull through out of this one.
Yeah, it should be a solid matchup. Herp C do go into this with a one-map advantage. It's still a best of 3, so it could be all over in one single map if Herp C is able to do it. Otherwise, we might see Borga take it away in 2. We never know, but we are about to see that. It's been an absolutely cracking night. Let's take a look at the proceedings. Borga making their way in the upper bracket all the way to the upper finals before being knocked off their high horse by Herp C. Of course, who've been waiting in the grand final while the rest of the lower bracket went on. We saw Mavericks take a very close series to Criminals, who really couldn't do much about it in the end, were able to take it out, but then up against the Timberwolves. Started off slow, but then ended up going pretty hard in those second and third maps there.
Yeah, definitely has been a hard-fought ideal for all of the teams tonight, honestly, and I'm really happy to see exactly how everything's gone along. And
I wasn't prepared for the logo again. God damn it.
Hello there. Nice to see you again.
Perhaps they really know how to tickle my funny bone. There you go. Well, yeah, it's been a wild ride the whole night through. It's been a bunch of really sick games, especially towards the latter end. We've seen these series go to all 3 maps. Fortunately, Timberwolves not able to do it up against this Borga squad. They're going to make their way into the grand final, and that's what we're about to witness. And I've got to say, I like Borga for this. I know they did lose in that, upper bracket final against Herp C, but I'm not sure if Herp C are going to be able to replicate what happened in that first series.
Yeah, definitely could be a one-and-done deal rather, but we will see exactly what is going to happen as we swing our way into the action.
Yeah, let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. It's grand final time, baby. Borga taking on Herp C. It's going to be a cracker, of course. Herp C go into this with that one-map advantage. You can see in the top of the screen underneath their name, one of those little stars is filled in. We've also got the little graphic with the one-map win to their name. And here we go, Matt. I mean, I don't really know how to call it. I think I like Borga for it, but what do you think is the key to victory for Herp C if they're going to take this one out?
I feel like they just really need to flex their muscles, push their way forward together, and see if they can overcome their opponents. Looks like they are going to be just on 2 separate angles for the time being, just really holding steady here. Have actually been spotted out by the T's though. Emmy does go for the engagement, picking up the first. Now there's one more to deal with in Grandpa, but it looks like Grandpa's going to be gone because Emmy is on a rip and tear in this one, taking the first round for Borga.
Borga start off hot. Now it's up to Chad and my sexy Grandpa to get back into this one, and they've decided to go with one player sticking to just the USPS, and the other, Grandpa's gone for the coveted mini AK-47, the CZ-79, but isn't able to do anything with it. Emmy finding both kills in that round. Borga 2-0.
Yeah, trying their best with the CZ there, but unfortunately they didn't get the opportunity to put it to good use as Borga just absolutely charging through with those rifles there. But now, Herb C have a couple rifles of their own. They've even got the flashbangs. That's good potential for them to stop the push before it even occurs, or perhaps they can put that flash in their way as the T's try and push through. How do you think they're going to approach this one, James?
It's hard to really call at this point. They look like they want to go for some kind of a double push out the control room and double doors, and they went for that double doors push. Emmy found that first kill, and Chad has just been completely singled out and overwhelmed there in the corner. Upgraded weapon for Emmy, and things are looking really good here for Borga.
Yeah, things definitely heating up. 3-round advantage is a nice way to start. And now Herb C are going to be stuck on the pistols in this instance. Pistols definitely aren't the best weapons, but they still can do a very magnificent effort. Oh, that shot was so close. Emmy is able to pull through in the end there, though, taking quite a bit of damage from Chad. But in the end, Emmy will pull through. And that is going to be the 4th on the board for Borga.
A very solid start from them, and they're really staking a claim in this one. Maybe looking to repeat their performances up against the Criminals in the last map. Have a more or less flawless game. Very quickly down onto that double doors area, and Chad now with the AWP. This really could single him out.
Oh, Grandpa. That is such a great Molotov coming through from the T's there, James. Just trying to keep that CT at bay. They know where they're going to be, and Bibian is able to get the round. What a well-placed headshot coming through. Just some great team play overall from both sides, really.
Yeah, I mean, so far it's been a struggle streak for Herb C. 0 kills for all the players. But I don't think it's fair to say that tells the full story. That being said, there's been a couple of situations where they've just looked really out of place and in an awkward position, just not comfortable where where they are set up. So maybe the T side being a little bit more free and being the attackers will suit them a little bit better.
Yeah, we did see a bit of their aggressive play style previously, but it looks like they're not going to get that opportunity just yet because Grandpa's now been taken out of the equation. It's all going to be down to Chad here. Just holding steady for the moment, has 2 players to deal with. Time is of the essence, but at least there's a lot of it to play with. How do you think Chad might be able to single out these players here?
Well, it's all about trying to draw them out into 2 one-on-ones, but the fact that the only options are going to be your double doors, your single doors, or your control room, which all make a lot of noise when you're trying to get out of them. It's really difficult to single out those one-on-one situations because you're going to have both eyes staring directly at you as soon as you break one of those windows or open one of those sets of doors. And as you see, that's exactly what happens. They're both just staring down the barrel of those guns. And there we have it. 6-0 victory there for Borga to bring it to a 1-1 map count. 1 map to go in this one.
Yeah, really excited to see exactly how it's going to go because, like, I thought maybe Herb C would be able to really play with their map advantage, but it appears that that advantage has just been equalized.
Yeah, I mean, well, what we saw out of these players on these teams in their upper bracket final was that Herb C were able to win it in 3 maps, but it wasn't an easy fight. It was very close in a lot of the circumstances there. This time around, Borga's just come out and they've pretty much, let's compare sizes, and they've won in a very big way in that first map. So 6-0, that's a statement.
Oh, that's definitely a statement, and you see that they are fired up. They are ready to go. They want to get the hat trick so badly.
Yeah. I'm excited for it, and hopefully for their sake they're able to. The hat trick, the 3-peat could be on here if they're able to win in this map. Map 3 of the series is about to get underway, Matt. Is there any key point that we can really say, okay, this is the one thing that we need this squad of Herb C to do to improve on their result from the last map?
I feel like picking up an AWP on this one is definitely going to make a big impact for them. Maybe later on in this half, they might be able to secure that. That can definitely make or break a round. I feel like we've seen the impact of that before on Dolphin in the previous series. Let's see if they can pick it up once again here.
Bibian finding the first. And they go straight for the plant. Chad's going to come around, but can't get much more done. Does find the head of Bibian. 5 bullets in the chamber, though. And the smoke will go down. Emmy escapes with her life there somehow. Oh, this could be the most perfect ring around the rosy that you ever have seen. Goes for the spray down, finds the spray down. Headshot comes through. And Borga, they're going to win the first pistol round once again.
Wow, that was really sneaky of Emmy there, just putting that smoke down, then managing to creep their way onto the bomb train. Just slightly staying out of sight from that CT, just using the cover to their advantage, and then they pull through with the kill. A nice way to start things off. But now, the CTs, they've opted for the force here, picking up the scout, the Deagle, and the Deagle's paying dividends.
Chad very low right now. Emmy just sort of shoulder peeking, hoping to catch Chad off guard around the E-box. Goes for a peek onto Grandpa. Actually manages to get some damage in. Decides, you know what, I'm just going to go for it. Runs on out to E-box. Finds that. Now, I think is looking for Bibian's weapon, but it's gone missing.
Yeah, it's just gone for a walk, you know, gone down the park. But Grandpa is able to line up the shot and secure the kill there. And that is going to be 1-1 for Herp C.
Well, the scout will stay in the hands of Sexy Grandpa, who's going to really load up on utility. Chad going to probably play at range with the fast there, because Bibian and Emmy both just on the P250s, but last time we saw them here on train with those P250s, they went absolutely ham. And it'll be interesting to see if they are able to do it again. Funnily enough, it was on this map against these players that they were able to find those crazy headshots, Bibian specifically. And they might be going for a similar sort of strategy here. Emmy on the flank, but she's been spotted out there. Does get a tag in onto Grandpa, but it's not enough. Chad almost goes down as well, but also finds the best of Bibian. So a little bit of an awkward anti-eco there, if I'm being honest, from Herp C.
Yeah, it definitely was a lot closer than you would have expected it to be, because the T players, they managed to hit those crucial shots. They just weren't able to close it out in the end because the CTs did manage to take them away. Looks like the T's are going to try and creep their way forward, though. Have at least placed one player towards A main. Now are just going to creep the other one towards the SL position. Do you feel like maybe they can single out one of these CTs if they pincer onto the side here?
I mean, if it's going to be someone, they're probably going to have the best chance up against this player here, Chad, who's sort of being very jittery, jumping back and forth between a couple of different locations.
Yeah, definitely staying on their toes, not making their position solid, just staying very fluid. Looks like they do actually get one kill though. Emmy going to be taken away, but Bibian is able to trade it out in the end. Now trying to look for Chad, knows that they could be somewhere around and actually spots the kill. That is going to be 2 for 2 there. Borga, they push it back.
Yeah, bringing us back to this even scoreline and getting away with some weaponry that they definitely wouldn't have wanted to lose. The AK-47 staying in Bibian's hands. And the economy, not perfect for Herp C. They are able to force up with the M4 and full armor and a little bit of utility, but it's not great for either side in the utility department.
Yeah, it's not great, but looks like the CT's push is actually going to get punished. Emmy was just lying in wait, trying to see if the CTs will get a little bit too eager. And now that's left it all down to Chad in a 1 versus 2 situation. Does have a smoke available at the very least. Looks like they are just going to go for the close engagement. The T's, they pull through though. They overwhelm and they take the half.
3-2. Done and dusted just like that. Borga they're able to take back the lead with 2 rounds towards the end of the half, and this puts it in a very awkward position here for Herpsy. On the T side, they're going to have to mount, once again, another comeback. Can they actually get it done this time?
We'll see the results of that coming very shortly as the T's do look to prepare themselves, pushing their way towards SL and Ivy, just splitting their attention currently. The CTs opting to split their attention also, just trying to see exactly which angle they are choosing to push from, and it looks like they have opened things up. The T's, they get the first pick onto Emmy. It's all going to be down to Bibian now. Bibian forced to look at the one angle, could be flanked out from the other. He's going to divert their attention. Grandpa's able to connect the shot, though. That is going to be the pistol round that they needed. They do equalize 3-3.
Yeah, and they desperately want to be able to convert these. Thankfully, being on the T side, it's going to be a little bit easier if they do lose one of the preceding 2 rounds. But Borga, they're just going to jump onto those P250s, keep about $1,850 in the pocket each. So after the loss bonus comes through, that should be a cheeky bit of cash, but it won't be a great buy going into the next round. It might be, a couple of FAMASs, a flashbang here and there.
Even if the buy might not be great, they can still make a great impact with it. Looks like Bibian has spotted one player there towards SL, and now knows the location of the other. It's all going to be down to Emmy. Definitely does have the potential to single out one of these players, and I feel like taking out one of these rifles can make a great impact on their opponent's economy, because you want to force them to spend as much as they possibly can. Then it forces them onto those lesser weapons, and then there's the real potential to string around a comeback.
Well, it's looking like it should be another round in the bag here for Herpsy, and they might just be able to take the lead once again, but never count out Emmy. In the end there, she's confronted by both of these players, so not much she can really do there unless she's lucky enough to find a couple of very quick headshots.
Looks like the CTs this time around are just opting for the M4A4s as well as a bit of armor. Do have a smoke that they can place down, so perhaps they can stop the T's entry with that one. Looks like the T's are just going to go charging straight through A main. No one already going to be on top of the train, trying to lay death from above. Does spot one player trying to get on the green train. That's good information gained for the CTs as they try to single out that player. They do so successfully. Bibian going to get that one. Now it's a 2 versus 1 situation. Bomb is going to be on the ground towards the bomb train. Grandpa at least does chuck a flash through to try and gain some extra territory. Perhaps close the gap, close the distance to get one of these kills here, James.
Well, Emmy's going to close that one down, and there we go. Borga level it up once again, 4-4. This is more what you want to see in a grand final. Of course, it's the last map here in the best of 3, and it's getting about as close as it possibly can. And the money, not fantastic for Herpsy. They've decided to force buy and pick up a little bit of utility, but it's really not looking fantastic right now.
Yeah, they need to try and pick up as much as they possibly can. I feel like maybe the force buy is a bit of a gamble. Hopefully it can pay off for them, but this round really is going to make a big impact for both sides, honestly. Emmy just sitting in wait for the smoke, just aware that they could be somewhere. Oh no, that's actually given away their position. They spot the feed. Chad's able to get the kill though. Now it's a 2 versus 1 situation. Bibian thinking, where exactly could they be, James?
Yeah, well, Bibian's definitely confirmed one of them. They use so much utility to A main, so they should know no one's coming. Will be able to spot the player, turns around, can't get it done. Sexy Grandpa gets the timing of their life. A little bit of body shots there, a little bit of bad manners coming out, but that is championship point for Herpsy.
Ooh, Herpsy got to be feeling fired up right now. Looks like Borga is going to force up everything they possibly can at this point. They have a couple of flashbangs, the decoy, the smoke. They are trying to push everything into this round. Looks like they are going to charge together as well, just waiting to see exactly where the T's are coming from. But the T's opting to go for a similar strategy, just lying in wait, waiting for those sound cues, and then they can pounce off that.
Well, they will have remembered from last round that there was so much utility dispatched into that A main position to HE grenades, 2 incendiary grenades, and I think a smoke grenade after all of that. So they're sort of just waiting it out, hoping that nothing happens. But if it does, they aren't close enough that it's going to do too much damage. Meanwhile, you know, the utility and the weaponry on Herp C isn't that great either. They've got, you know, more or less a mirroring matchup of weaponry. You've got the weaker rifles in the Galil and the FAMAS, and then you've got the stronger rifles for either side in the AK and, of course, the M4A4. So an interesting setup on both sides of the aisle. A little bit more utility left for Herp C into this one. And they're just winding the clock down and keeping these Borga players guessing. So they really just don't want to be predictable, and I like that.
Now time is ticking away though. Oh no! Grandpa has actually been taken out of the equation there, and now it's all going to be down to Chad here. 1 versus 2 situation. Not too much time on the clock. They go for the shots there. Do secure one onto Emmy. Going to try and go for the plant, but I think they've actually run out of time here, James. That's going to be it. Borga, they secure the round. It's going to be 5-all.
That is heartbreaking. Your teammate timing out at the last second last round of the entire competition. And this has made things a lot easier. We've gone for a timeout. Hopefully we're able to get the teammate back in time. But this is not what you wanted to see happen in the grand final of the competition. I'll say that much for free. Almost happened though for Chad. I mean, Emmy was sort of in a position, a very compromising position. Chad just happened to be flashed, didn't know what the time was, didn't know that Emmy was there. So is able to, or not, rather not able to secure that round for the squad and secure the grand final. But that's an interesting one. Really unfortunate, but we go to round 11 of the grand final.
Yeah, this is going to be the last round, James. This is what it all comes down to. Herp C, one more, and they can take away the crown from Borga, or Borga can take the 3-piece, get the hat trick. Who's going to take it away?
Well, the Borga players are doing the sportsmanlike thing here, and also using up their allocated pause, their timeout. You know, these tactical timeouts are exactly the way that they work in your regular matchmaking competitive. A little bit different to how they work in competitive, but nonetheless, it does give a little bit of time to potentially get the teammate back into the mix. Because this is definitely not what you want to see. My sexy grandpa, hopefully we'll get back into it. It sounds so funny saying that. My sexy grandpa. How do you think of a name like that?
Definitely have to have a very creative spirit, but I think maybe Grandpa's just going to visit the grandkids for the moment. We'll be back into the action in a little bit of time. But regardless, James, what do you think the T's need to do?
I mean, Chad, it's all on you. And hopefully you're able to make something happen here, something work. Thankfully, Chad does have the AK, so going up against these two players of Borga with the SMG and the FAMAS, it is possible, but this is really not the way you would have wanted to see the grand final go. Molotov, or incendiary grenade, is planted at A main, and the two Borga players are just sitting pretty up in connector. Going for a bit of a boost. Problem here that Chad just needs to peek every single angle.
Yeah, Chad just needs to play this a bit like it's a death match. Just clear out every single angle. Expect enemies lying in wait no matter where they look to approach. Looks like they have actually taken some decent territory though towards the back of the tunnels there. So maybe a flank could be in order if they use their time wisely. They are slowly creeping around. Oh, this could spell disaster, James.
The problem is the timing though. There's only 30 seconds left because they decided to shift walk the entire way through, and Emmy's holding this one close on up. They decided this is a great time to go and watch connector, but there we have it. That's going to do it. Grand finals are done and dusted, and Borga are your three-peat champions.
Yeah, Borga taking away the hat trick there. They are going to be happy with that. That is for sure. Really well played by Herp C as well. Definitely great to see them actually bringing out some real firepower in
Yeah.
that series there.
That was a fantastic performance from them, both in the upper bracket final and in the grand final. Very unfortunate that Sexy Grandpa fell out and timed out at the end of that one. Really was hoping that they'd be able to bring it back and potentially dethrone the champions, but it's not to be. Borga go on to win yet again the third week running. They are your absolute champions, no doubt about it, here in CSGO Firefights. And here we see the breakdown of the prize pool. Do you want to run us through this?
Yeah, so Borgar will be taking away $130 there. Herp C will be coming up with $90 there. Criminals will be taking away $70 there. Timberwolves will be following up with $60 there. Hamburger and Mavericks will be taking $40 apiece. And Apex, HP and Simps will be taking away $35 apiece.
Yeah, so that's the breakdown of the $500 prize pool, all allocated in Fortress vouchers, which can be used in-store once we reopen and online. Guys, we thank you so much for tuning in again. Of course, tomorrow it starts. Rise of Valor is here and ready to go. Open qualifiers 1 and 2 are going to be broadcasted live here in the Alienware Arena. Of course, if you want to join in on all the Firefights action yourself, grab a teammate and head to tiny.cc/firefights to register for that as well. And that's going to be running week in, week out every Friday. If you don't like CSGO, don't worry about it. There's going to be another game in a few weeks as well. So it's going to be rotating around. Never the same thing every single week. But any final thoughts, Matt, as we head to the close tonight?
Well, tonight's been a great night, and I feel like I'm really keen to see what tomorrow's going to bring as well, as we do push our way into the Rise of Valor.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of exciting times. I can't wait to see you guys up here in the Casters booth, direct all the action from that. But that's going to do it from us tonight, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of all of the production team at Fortress, Matty and myself, James, we thank you for tuning in. Good night.